Now, Joe Reinagel.
And for the third time in 7 seasons, the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason. Hope you're having a good Tuesday afternoon.
You can't have a dry Tuesday afternoon because it's raining. It's nasty.
Is it still raining?
You're going to get wet regardless. Just crappy weather. I know we need the rain. It's great, but come on. It's May. It's springtime.
It is.
You know, a little sunshine, a little hot weather.
Is Mike Kamena still around? Is he hanging out with you over there?
No, he's gone.
He's already left. So last night, I don't know, 3-something in the morning, we had this big storm roll through.
We did?
We did. Did you guys hear that?
I didn't hear it.
Nope.
You didn't hear it either? I was sleeping right through it. But apparently my wife heard it. And then told me to go let the dogs in.
The dog, no.
We don't have dogs.
That's true. Did you get up and go do it?
No, but I made a frozen burrito. It was up for about an hour and a half, and she was sound asleep.
Wow. Well, that happens sometimes. She must have been having a dream.
Well, I did hear my neighbor's dogs barking.
Yeah.
And so maybe she thought, I don't know, but because I generally will sleep through storms. I mean, tornado could take the house away and, you know.
I didn't hear last night's storm at all.
I didn't until I was awakened to go let dogs out that we don't have.
That's hilarious. Now, was Joanna like sleepwalking or talking in her sleep?
Apparently, because I mean, but she never got up. She didn't get up.
Wow.
She didn't. I mean, you know, and this morning when I was a little grumpy, kind of bitching about it a little bit, she was like, "I did not." Yes, you did.
I was a little grumpy for staying up late and watching that crappy ending to that basketball game last night.
Well, is that crappy because it went against your prediction, or because you look at a guy like Steph Curry, who basically, man, I mean, he really was by himself, no options. But, dude, at what point? I know you're a three-point shooting team, but at what point do you go for two when you only need two? At one point, you got Anthony Davis guarding you. You got one crack at it. He leaves his feet. So you get another crack at it. He's going to leave his feet again, and you can get around him when that happens and get yourself a two on a night when you're not doing well from three-point range.
I couldn't believe it. And, you know, I heard a stat at the gym this morning, and I don't know how
is this a
accurate
race stat or a real
stat? It's a real stat.
All right. Because there's real and there's Ray.
That Steph Curry, with 50 seconds left or less in a playoff game, is 0 of 14.
That's a real stat.
Real stat.
That's a real stat. I heard that from Rudy J this morning.
Really?
Well, because I was up letting dogs in that I don't have.
0 of 14 with the game on the line. So what does that say? Look, he didn't have any help. He played tremendous, a triple-double last night. But they were getting inside on the Lakers at will. At some point in time, don't you have to stop doing what you think you're doing right and get the ball inside? They've been doing it all night. They had more points in the paint than the Lakers. It baffles me.
Well, the entire game last night baffled me, although that is a Warriors road team. Golden State on the road, not very good. Anthony Davis at halftime realized that it was an even number game, and so he took a crap in the second half after having a pretty good first half. Maybe he was reading the box score and read that it was game 4 and went, oh. But he plays great defense, and he played great defense throughout the game. But then Lonnie Walker off the bench out of nowhere, he makes as many field goals in that fourth quarter as the Golden State Warriors. 6.
He's the only reason that the Lakers won that game.
Yes.
The only reason.
Yes.
It's not LeBron, wasn't Anthony Davis or anybody else. If he doesn't have the fourth quarter that he has, we're tied at 2. I mean, there's no question.
100%. And I'm happy for Lonnie Walker.
Wow.
I
now, wait a minute. Didn't he used to be a Spur?
He did.
He was, right?
He did. He was.
Derek White, second all-defensive team today. Didn't used to be a Spur?
Yes.
Huh. Wow.
Where are you going with this, Joe?
I wonder why they're not Spurs anymore.
Okay, Derek White got traded.
Uh-huh.
Lonnie Walker played himself out of San Antonio. Lonnie Walker was such a coveted free agent. Nobody wanted him except the Lakers on a minimum deal. Now, he made some money with that fourth quarter last night.
Uh-huh.
And we did not see enough consistent play when he was in San Antonio for Lonnie Walker to justify a big contract to
Maybe
stay.
he wasn't given the opportunity.
He was given plenty of opportunity
was?
here. He was.
Really?
He was.
Okay.
And he's had plenty of opportunity in Los Angeles.
He's
and
24 years old.
Last night in the fourth quarter, I mean, he played 15 minutes of basketball prior to the fourth quarter and didn't even take a shot. But in the fourth quarter, the ball was coming his way. I'm happy Lonnie Walker was ready for the moment when it happened. But to sit here and say, well, the Spurs did him wrong and didn't give him an opportunity, he had opportunity. And it's easy to go be on a milk carton with the Lakers for a year and shine in a particular moment and be ready for the moment when there's no pressure on you. There was a lot of pressure on Lonnie to be that first round draft pick that the Spurs had. It didn't work here. And part of that,
there was no pressure on Lonnie
was his defense.
No pressure. Last night, he was in a playoff game.
He's in a playoff game.
Game 4.
And he played,
no pressure.
And again, 12 minutes in an entire season. Is that what you're going to say? Well, the Spurs didn't give him an opportunity. I mean, up until last night, he was a garbage time player.
And that's where he earned his stripes. In garbage time.
Yeah.
That's why Darvin Ham played him in a critical moment of last night's game.
And he got a hot hand, and Ham rode the hot hand. Nothing wrong with that.
And you got to have guys like that. I get it.
You got to have guys like that.
The Warriors had nobody.
No, not last night.
My point is, I don't understand. So the entire draft of the last 3, 4, 5 years, when you draft guys like Lonnie Walker, Derek White, DeJounte Murray, and you just let them walk.
Well, they traded Derek and they got, something in return. They traded DeJounte and they got something in return. And remember,
you got a draft pick that you don't know what's going to happen or what that draft pick is going to turn into.
I mean, you hope you do your job right and you draft them. You understand what the assignment was this year.
So let's be clear. The assignment began when? 5 years ago? Or did it just begin this year?
Well, I mean, I think they were on a downward spiral, and then this year they pulled the plug on everything.
Okay.
I mean, let me ask you this. Would you rather have Derek, DeJounte, and Lonnie still in San Antonio and know that you're no better than getting out of the first round, if that? Because that is where they were. That is the team that was there.
Everybody keeps telling me you build through the draft. You can't build in the middle. I think I've heard you say that.
You can't.
You build through the draft.
That's correct.
Those 3 guys were drafted, were they not?
They were, but you got rid of them when you realized what you had with them, and you hope that you could do better. Now, DeJounte, maybe there was some more stuff involved in it. I don't know. Lonnie, it didn't work here. He had plenty of opportunity, plenty of years here where he doesn't play defense, and with Pop, if you don't play defense, you sit down. But he didn't have enough of those offensive games consistently to stay on the floor. And sometimes a change of scenery is what a player needs. Maybe after a whole year in Los Angeles, the light bulb went off for him. I mean, the guy played a great quarter last night. I want to celebrate Lonnie for that without trashing his Spurs time, but you're making me do that. I mean, I'm not regretting the Spurs letting him go because I saw him have a great quarter last night for the Lakers.
Take him out of it. Lonnie Walker out of it. Okay.
Right.
My point is, so when they draft whoever they draft this year, if you don't get Wemby, if you don't get Scoot, are those guys going to be gone in 2 years? I mean, when is it come to a point where you have to trust who you're drafting and develop those players and maybe build around those players and develop a playoff team? Because look, I got news for everybody out there that thinks Wemby's going to fly in here and save the day. There's a damn good chance the Spurs don't get Wemby. Then what the hell are you going to do? You gotta build around something.
Why do you want to start the show as negative Nelly?
I'm not negative. I mean, I just want to know.
That's not negative.
I want to know. I want to know. I've got questions.
Yeah.
I see a guy playing in Boston who makes second team defensive. All right, but if you play defense, you can play for pop.
Were you upset?
Apparently not if you're Derek White.
Were you upset when the Spurs traded him?
Derek White, yeah, I was.
I think a lot of us were, including me.
Yes.
But for Derek, for his career, and what the Spurs were trying to do, they made a business decision. Right?
Well,
they did.
To me, it was a crappy business. I mean, at some point, you got to stop. Okay, if you want to rebuild. But at some point in time, don't you have to trust your draft? Don't you have to build around those guys? Now, are they going to build around Keldon? Devin Vassell, are they going to build around those guys?
Well, Keldon,
Jeremy
they signed
to
a big contract.
Well, so did DeJounte Murray, and they got rid of him.
And they got rid. But I mean, now
at what point
with what you heard from DeJounte since he's been in Atlanta, do you think that there might have been some stuff going on, and it was better for both parties to send DeJounte Murray away?
Well, then why did you sign him to a big contract?
Well, it's the same reason why they picked up the option deal on Josh Primo 2 weeks before they had to let him go.
Oh, that's completely different.
I mean, a business decision is a business decision.
They didn't have a choice in that business decision. That was not their business decision to make.
But they knew he had an issue of exposure when they picked up that option. They knew what they had.
Well, I mean, I suppose. I don't know that, but maybe so.
Based on everything we heard,
shame on them if they knew that and they still picked up his option.
Based on everything that we heard, although granted from the lawyer dude down in Houston, Spurs were aware.
Look, all I'm saying is,
here we go,
is that everybody has gone this year. We've gone through this misery.
Yes.
Of a horrible year of crap basketball.
Yeah. Yep.
All in hopes of getting one guy from France.
Yeah.
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 So if you don't get that guy, what are you going to do? Do you be crappy again next year?
You
be crappy again the next? I mean, at some point in time, when do you build back up? I've always said you got to tear the house down and build it back up. Well, you know what? I'm ready to start building.
Apparently, you've never built a house, man. Patience, grasshopper.
Really?
So when you look at
it didn't take 6-7 years to build my house.
Granted, I mean, building a nice 3-bedroom is a lot easier than building a palatial monster mansion, right? But you've seen other teams do this. You've seen other teams go through, bottom out, try to build back up.
And of those teams,
it's not overnight.
Of those teams, who has built back up?
Well, I mean, let's look at the Houston Astros. Losing 100 games.
We're talking basketball.
Are we talking how do you rebuild a franchise?
We're talking
the Astros
basketball.
sucked for 3 years and now have 2 trophies.
Terrific. That's fantastic. Okay. And your point is what? That's the Houston Astros.
You just asked. Give me an example of somebody who is completely bottomed out and rebuilt. In Philadelphia, they're still trying to trust the process.
They
right?
are.
And again, I mean.
But you have teams that pretty good year after year after year. Look at the Lakers. Yeah, they go out and get people, and they rebuild. The Knicks suck because they're the Knicks.
Yeah,
they're not going anywhere. Oklahoma. I look at Oklahoma City.
Yeah,
I look at Sacramento. Yeah, 16 years of desert travel pledge, and they finally made it to the first round of the playoffs. Dude, stop with all this. These teams haven't done crap.
Oh, yeah. Celtics haven't done anything.
Well, the Celtics have.
Yeah,
I mean, you got Memphis,
Cleveland,
Sacramento,
Milwaukee.
Cleveland.
I mean,
Dude,
look. I mean, the reality is, can you admit at some point that maybe some of your draft picks didn't work out?
Sure, I can admit that.
And you get rid of those guys.
And that's why you build with veterans. You don't build completely through the draft. It doesn't work. It never has, and it never will. You have to have veterans mixed with young guys. You do. Well,
but you got to get the young guys.
Spurs don't seem to think so.
No. Remember, did you
they
ever
bottomed out? I would say. I don't know. I think it gets any lower than this.
And then you start the rebuild process. But why, from a business standpoint, would you spend a lot of big money on guys when you know you're not going anywhere? When you know you're not a playoff caliber team?
Whose fault is that?
Well, Kawhi Leonard's.
We can go be sure. And I agree with that. But looking at what's happened to Kawhi Leonard, and if you were going to rebuild your team around him, that didn't work, did it? Because he doesn't play.
It didn't work in LA at this point. It did get a title in Toronto, but you look at it, they had a plan that was blown up with that guy, and then they tried to keep it afloat, and then they've decided with a guy like Wemby to bottom out.
The plan is to get Wemby.
Yes.
And so if that plan doesn't work, I just would like for somebody to tell me what plan B is.
Well, I mean, the Spurs are always so forthcoming. I'm sure they'd sit down over coffee and tell you all about their plans.
And this fantasy of us getting Bronny James is a fantasy. Because if Spurs ever got him, he'd be gone in 3 years. He's going to LA.
Yeah.
Wemby might stay here. Scoot, look at that guy. He's gone. It's just I don't get it. I don't get it. Spurs have been so lucky. They've been so lucky.
No. Oh, yes. But we have been so spoiled that
because the Spurs have been lucky.
And we have been spoiled by all that success. And when that success is taken away, you get this.
When I look at the run of the 2000s, the Spurs had great players, but they also had veterans that they brought in that were role players along with everybody else
chasing a ring.
Okay.
Veterans aren't coming here to chase early vacation time. They're
then we're just going to suck forever. I mean, that's what you're telling me.
Good Lord, man.
No, but that's what you're telling me.
It did not say that at all.
So unless we get Wemby, then we're screwed.
You start the rebuilding process and you look like you're a team on the rise. Now all of a sudden, veteran players want to come here.
How is it then? Well, then what you're basically saying is the Spurs front office is a bunch of morons. They can't figure out a way to get somebody here. They can't figure out a way to pay. We have to have somebody here already. That's what it takes.
You understand how it works, right?
No, apparently not.
Apparently not.
Apparently not.
Apparently not.
Explain it to me, Jason. How does it work?
We try.
How does it work?
What do you mean? How does it work?
We tear the house down.
Yes.
I've heard that from you.
Yeah.
Right. All the way down. And then we build it back up.
You draft well. You have to
so
draft
apparently
well.
The Spurs haven't drafted well.
You have to Lonnie Walker is an example that it didn't work.
DeJounte Murray.
And again,
Derek White.
DeJounte, a bit of a surprise. But after hearing DeJounte talk, maybe there were some other things that were going on that it was time for him to go. Derek White, that dude was at a cooking school in Colorado as a second-round pick.
Everybody can be crappy because of what they played here. So it's never the Spurs' fault. It's the player. They just didn't work out. That's what you're telling me.
No, I'm saying I look at Derek White. I think they did him a solid and moved him. Right? And
he didn't want to move. I got news for you.
And teams do that. He didn't want to be a part of a losing team.
Another one.
Yeah, Jakob Poeltl told the Spurs he wasn't resigning.
Yeah, you know that for a fact.
Well, it was reported in the paper.
Oh, okay. Well, you believe everything you read in the paper?
I believe Jeff McDonald.
Dude, look.
You all right?
No.
I mean, you had a crappy lunch, didn't you?
I had a great lunch.
We had lunch together. I'm starving.
Well,
Rubber chicken?
Yes.
it was rubber.
With some sort of, I don't know, vegetable medley that was just awful. And whatever that rice was, the cake was fantastic.
I didn't even have the cake.
You missed out.
I missed
No
out on the
wonder
cake.
he's so grumpy.
That was the best part of the meal. I'll tell you what, we were at a luncheon today for the San Antonio Quarterback Club. Sonny Dykes in town speaking, the head coach of TCU. He's going to join us coming up in about 10 minutes. We'll let Joe calm down, and then we'll maybe talk about the game.
I would just like to have I'd like to have a winning team here eventually at some point
we
in time.
all would.
I would.
We all would.
I don't want to wait 30 years for the next championship.
You won't be around.
You're right. I won't be.
It won't.
Think so?
No.
Really?
No.
Okay. I want to write a book about how to rebuild a team, according to Jason Minix.
Jake
James
Fisher's
Pledger,
already done that.
Michael Jimenez.
Remember, we had him on the show talking about how do you rebuild.
I just pray, and I really am. I'm praying. I know we're late.
Like 7 minutes, I've been trying to take a break.
I'm praying that this team gets Wemby, because if not, I'm afraid this whole city just might blow up. Because there's no plan B, apparently.
No, there is a plan B. They just haven't told us what there is.
Okay.
I mean, dude,
we're late for a break.
You want to
Jason.
text RC and ask him?
I do.
I mean, the hell with breaks. It doesn't matter.
I do.
Yeah,
I do. I wish RC would have the stones to come on this show and say, yeah, this is our plan.
Uh-huh.
This is what we're doing. Be
Yes.
patient, fans. Yeah, I would.
I mean,
I would love for him to do that.
Spurs are always tight-lipped. And outside of the Dallas Cowboys, nobody goes on any show anywhere and says,
You're
this is
exactly
our
right.
plan.
I think the fans deserve that. I certainly would like to hear about it.
Yeah.
And I don't just want to hear, well, it's part of the plan. It's the assignment. Oh, okay. I'll accept that. Whatever you say, Pop.
Uh-huh.
Jeez.
You all right?
No, I'm not.
Clearly.
It irritates me when I see Derek White winning awards and Lonnie Walker, blowing up and winning playoff games, and it irritates me.
12 minutes of Lonnie Walker.
Yes.
Look at what it's done to Joe Reinagle.
I'm done.
12 minutes out of a whole season.
I'm done.
You didn't even know Lonnie played in L.A. until last night. Get Joe a crispy dog, Ryan says on YouTube Live.
With lots of mustard, baby.
Mm-hmm. Did you know Lonnie was in L.A. before last night?
Yes, I knew
You're
he was
such
in-
a liar.
I knew he.
You're a liar.
It doesn't take an idiot to know he was in L.A. Everybody knew he was in L.A.
Nobody knew he was still in the league. He's
Of
been
course
on a
they
milk
did.
carton all year.
Dude, I saw him play in game 2.
So you discovered he was in L.A. in game 2.
Whatever, dude.
Oh, he's in that purple and gold if you didn't know. Speaking of gold, if you're thinking of how to secure the value of your assets, grow your wealth, you need to think Noble Gold and the website noblegoldinvestments.com. After the latest bank failures and other economic news that could devalue the dollar, gold is a safe investment to secure your wealth. If you're not sure what to do, that's not a problem. Go to noblegoldinvestments.com and they'll walk you through everything. They will email you their gold and silver investors guide. Think about what the price of gold was, say, back in 1970 and where it is today. It will blow you away. It was $35 an ounce back in 1970. A lot of people wish they would have bought gold back then, either in physical gold or in an IRA. Don't wish you did this down the road. Take the time today to go to the website noblegoldinvestments.com. You're welcome to use promo code STAR for a free 5-ounce America the Beautiful coin that they're offering people that qualify. The website, noblegoldinvestments.com. That's noblegoldinvestments.com.
It's Hot Ticket Thursday. Every Thursday morning at 7:20 and afternoons at 5:20. It's your shot at the hottest tickets to the hottest events. It's Hot Ticket Thursday. Every Thursday morning at 7:20 and afternoons at 5:20. Only from 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language, like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
It's Macy's Mother's Day sale. Take an extra 25% off great gifts for every mom with your coupon or Macy's card. Like dresses, shoes, and more she'll love, 25 to 40% off. Or shop specials like 55 to 65% off robes, towels, and more bath accessories. And fragrance gift sets from her favorite brands like Carolina Herrera, Estee Lauder, and more. Give love, give style, now at Macy's. Savings off selling clearance prices, exclusions apply.
The Golf Club of Texas has some of the best course conditions with the friendliest staff. The golf is great. They have a lighted driving range and practice area. While it feels like a country club, it's not a private club. It's open to the public, so bring the family into the 10 Cup Bar. It's the nicest sit-down restaurant in that area of SA, specializing in Texas food, wine, and spirits. For golf or dinner, go to Golf Club of Texas off Highway 90, online at golfclubtexas.com. The Golf Club of Texas, the friendliest golf course in Texas.
Missions Baseball is back tonight at Wolf Stadium. It's AARP $2 Tuesday, presented by San Antonio Sports Star. Gates open at 6 p.m. First pitch at 7:05. Go to samissions.com for tickets. We are San Antonio.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, drive, weight, hair loss, and even ED. Revive Men's Health San Antonio will check your T level for free. For your free T level check, exam, and consultation, call 210-615-7777 or visit revivemenshealth.com.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2023 Bank of America, N.A.
When you're drinking a frozen beverage from McDonald's, your brain may not like how refreshingly cold it is, but the rest of your body, oh yes, it's gonna relish every moment of it, because there are drinks. Then there are drinks from McDonald's.
There's no better way to cool down than with this cool deal. Get a medium frozen Coke, frozen Dr. Pepper, or frozen Fanta for just $1.79. Prices at participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
A lot of new enrollment, huh? Braylon, Brayden.
Monique's daycare is crawling with new arrivals.
Hey, sweetie, are you hungry?
She needs more early childhood educators.
Did your socks slip off again?
And a nap.
Hey there, little guy. Okay. Shh. Whoa.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
O'Reilly. Improve visibility and save $8 instantly when you pick up a pair of Bosch Icon wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Bosch Icon premium blades can help you see better and drive safer. And our professional parts people will install them for you for free. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Tomorrow on R&R in the morning, the NFL starts leaving breadcrumbs of the upcoming NFL schedule and Phoenix, Denver, Boston, Sixers. What happened? We'll talk all about it. Now, back to the Blitz. Fellas, happy Tuesday. Have a great show.
Good to hear you back, Rudy. My man took the day off yesterday to go play golf and didn't tell anybody.
He wouldn't play golf?
Yeah, he was in a golf tournament yesterday.
Jeez, I didn't get an invite.
Yeah, none of us did.
Wow.
I was all worried about him. Like, man, you have doctor appointments, something big going on? I mean, no, man, I was playing golf.
Oh.
So a lot of people, well, I mean, as you would expect when it comes to the Spurs and what we've gone through this year, this very traumatic season, some agree with you, some agree with me.
Yeah.
Which is what you would expect in a situation like this.
I would think so.
Except for somebody commented, Pledge, if you could find that comment, put it back up on the YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, or, you could subscribe there on San Antonio Sports Star. Not about the guy that pissed in Joe's cereal.
Didn't have cereal this morning.
The other
Maybe
one.
I should have.
Yeah, that rubber chicken lunch. Alex says, completely agree with Joe. Nobody in the local media questions the Spurs. See, and that's not true either. Not fair. One, they don't make themselves available enough. And two, I don't know why people think when you're in the media that you can force teams or people to answer questions that they don't want to answer.
You can't. But where I will disagree with you on this show, you're right. We question them.
We do.
Openly. But when we're talking about TV in San Antonio, nobody. Name me one. Nobody, including me when I was there. None of us did, and none of us do.
Well, and even, I mean, you look at a Jeff McDonald or a Mike Finger from the Express News or a Michael C. Wright. I mean, I think part of it is the Spurs and the way they have run things for so long without any issue, if you will. They built up that, I don't even know what the word is, but when you want to question them, you don't have the opportunity. And it's not that, all the New York media would no, they wouldn't. I mean, because the way the organization is such a tightly run ship that you don't even get leaks out of that organization. I mean, there's people in other organizations that will tell you things, and that's how you find it. But, leaks come from there, and then you don't have a job at that place anymore. And again, when you get an opportunity, the Spurs, just like, say, the Houston Texans this year, nobody knew they were going to take C.J. Stroud. I mean, they built a tight fortress around things, and they kept everything in-house. But the Spurs, I mean, we can question it on this show, and we have, and we do. But in reality, you want answers from the Spurs, they're not going to tell you. So even if RC was to call in and you just try to debate him, he's not going to tell you what their plan is. And from a strategic standpoint, that's smart of the Spurs organization not to let all their plans. No, I mean, granted, hey, if you get the number 1 pick, you taking Wemby? Well, yeah. But if you get the number 2 pick, because they don't want somebody to trade up and get their guy. I mean, there is the strategic aspect of keeping things very, very quiet.
Look, and I understand all that, and I get it. But the only thing we got at the beginning of the year from Greg Popovich was, don't go to Vegas and bet on the Spurs to win.
Maybe one of the more honest things the man's ever said at Media Day.
But what is the problem of saying, look, we are rebuilding. We want to rebuild. This is what we're going to do. It may be a 5-6 year process. They don't have to tell you what they're going to do, but they could at least be honest about what's happening. And hey, fans, be patient with us because we have a plan.
Well, I think
we have a plan. No,
they did.
When?
Well, I mean, Pop said it multiple times. It's not about wins this year. It's about individual development. It was never about wins this year. Pop said that a lot. He is not allowed to say tank. He'll get a fine if he does that. And he likes his money.
So that's not what I'm talking about, Jason. It's not anything what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is come out and say, look, this may take 5-6 years, but we've got a plan. I don't want to hear about player development because, hell, they're going to develop these players and ship them off somewhere. So that's a bunch of crap because that's exactly what they did with Derek. How long was Derek White here? How long was Jakob Poeltl here? How long was DeJounte Murray? You don't think they developed those players?
They did.
Okay. And now they're playing for somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not about that. That's a bunch of crap. They were tanking this year in hopes that they get lucky for the third time.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes.
So if you don't,
and they were honest with
what
that.
happens?
Well, that's where you got to hope that and trust with them that they have a good plan B.
That's
and
all
maybe
I'm
a
saying
plan
is,
C.
What? And
they're not going to tell you what that is.
I don't want them to tell me, but
yes, you do.
Well, sure I do. But I mean, they could at least come out and say, hey, this may take some time. If things don't work out in the lottery, or even if they do, this may take some. Be patient with us. We've got a plan. You know us. We've got a plan. And it might take a while. But to just do stuff and we're just not supposed to question it as paying fans, that's BS. And nobody's going to tell me different.
Well, I think we've questioned it all year. It just sucks going all the way through it.
We sit back and just, okay, whatever y'all say, it's for the better. It's for player development. It's ridiculous how we just sit back and get fed. And we just eat it up, gobble it up, whatever. Oh, they're the Spurs. We love the Spurs. They're San Antonio. Yes, they are. But guess what? The reason they are is because the fans support them. You have every right to ask any question you want, and you should be given some sort of an answer. What rule is it that a professional sports team, we got to keep it to ourselves because you fans just don't understand what we're doing?
You know the Spurs are about the least media-friendly organization on planet Earth.
Because they treat fans like we're idiots.
Mm-hmm. And when you're winning a bunch of championships, you could do that. And we thought now that they were going to suck, they would change. And you know what? They haven't.
Not a bit.
They haven't. I've been doing this show for 15 years. And how many times Greg Popovich has called in?
Zero.
Well,
guess what?
And I'm going to guess that number is not going to change anytime soon.
Probably not.
You know, it's interesting because the Spurs brass on the show, and you talk about quick turnaround. Sonny Dykes in his first year takes his team all the way to a national championship game. He's a head coach of a major Division I college program, and he will join us next. Sonny Dykes from TCU. Next on the Blitz. You know, nobody ever plans on getting arrested, but it does happen to a lot of people every day for all kinds of reasons. If you get arrested, you want to get out of jail fast, best way to do that, call my good friend Albert and his great staff at AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121. Text bail to 474747, or you can start the bonding process online at mybestbailbonds.com. You don't have to call attorneys or anybody else to get out of jail, and you don't want to be forced into a PR bond. If the jail offers you a PR bond, make sure you truly understand what all those conditions are before accepting it. Your best option for stress-free bail bonds is AA Best Bail Bonds because nobody beats their price. They have payment plans available, a free shuttle service. They're discreet and confidential and open 24/7 with offices all over San Antonio and Texas, services nationwide. So if you're up in Dallas, down in Corpus, anywhere in between, license number 149, call AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121, or go online at mybestbailbonds.com.
San Antonio's Sports Center.
It is being reported that Aramark is reportedly selling half of their ownership stake in the Spurs for $100 million. The buyer, however, has not been disclosed. Well, Lonnie Walker IV did some damage last night, helped the Lakers win over the Warriors to take a 3-1 lead. Today, Derek White was named to the NBA All-Defensive Second Team. And tonight is Celtics Sixers at 6:30, Suns Nuggets at 9.
Sports Center is brought to you by Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
If you own a small to medium-sized business that kept employees on payroll through COVID, you may have a big cash refund waiting for you. The Employee Retention Credit is a tax credit of up to $26,000 per employee. And now, more businesses than ever qualify. The experts at RefundsPro.com specialize in cutting through the red tape of qualifying for this government program. Most of their refunds are over $100,000. Even businesses that have received PPP funds may be eligible. And there are absolutely no fees unless you receive a refund. So there's no reason not to apply. If your business experienced shutdowns, limited capacity, supply chain challenges, or reduced revenue due to COVID, you likely qualify. RefundsPro.com has already helped hundreds of businesses. So don't lose the refund you're owed by missing the deadline. Get started today with a free 5-minute questionnaire at RefundsPro.com. That's refunds with an S, pro.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-497-9090. That's 800-497-9090. 800-497-9090.
Welcome back to the quickest podcast ever, brought to you by Kohl's.
Today's topic, procrastination.
Leave it to me to last minute shop for Mother's Day.
It snuck up on me too. Luckily, Kohl's has gifts for under $50, like Sephora beauty favorites, comfy activewear, the latest tech.
Wow, not bad for the last minute.
Right? I found something so perfect for all the moms in my life.
Yep, I'm convinced. Here I come, Kohl's.
Select styles, Sephora coupons, and Kohl's Cash do not apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Today on Hey Culligan, how smart is your water? Here's Tracy.
Hey, Culligan. I think my water might be dumb.
Good news, Tracy. Your water's not dumb. It's just not talking to you.
You can make my water talk.
No, but the new Culligan Smart Drinking Water System can talk to your phone to tell you when your water filters need changing and help you meet drinking water goals.
Now that's some brilliant H2O.
You said it, Tracy, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
A healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Ribs, burgers, chicken. Submit what you grilled or smoked, and you could win a $50 gift card from Tri-County Meat Market.
So good and tasty.
Grilling with the Blitz. Joe Reinagel, Jason Minix, The Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Welcome back to the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Along with Joe Reinagel, I'm Jason Minix with TCU head coach Sonny Dykes in San Antonio to speak at the San Antonio Quarterback Club. But Coach, what a year it's been for you guys.
Thanks. Yeah, it's been an eventful year. A lot of stuff going on. First year's, always crazy when you take over a program, and then, got on a run and ended up coaching all the way till I think January 9th. And so it was a long year, but it was a lot of fun. And, we had a bunch of good players, and it was certainly a fun way to start at TCU.
I know there's no way to realize this when it starts, but when you hit camp last year before the season started, did you know you had a special group?
Not really. Honestly, we came out of spring ball, and we only had 5 scholarship D linemen on our whole team at the end of spring practice, and so we had some pretty substantial holes. We were basically 2.5 scholarship corners, 4 scholarship linebackers. Just had some pretty significant voids in terms of depth defensively. And then we went out and got a couple of guys in the transfer portal that helped us out a little bit, which was huge for us, and had a couple of freshmen come in and play early as well, and really solidified our defensive front. And, we were fortunate, stayed healthy at the corner position all year, and basically got through the year with 4 linebackers. And, we felt like even though we had some voids, that we had a team that had tremendous leadership. We had some really good individual players, but the best thing about last year's team was just we had guys that really bought in and were great leaders, were unselfish. Really, as the season went along, we gained a little bit of confidence. Had a big win against Oklahoma, I think game 4 or 5, and had a little confidence in that. And and then the question was, okay, how's this team going to deal with adversity? And we got down 17 points to Oklahoma State, rallied and won that game, and got down 17 again to Kansas State and rallied and won that game. And so anyway, you looked up and all of a sudden we're 8-0, 9-0, and, going to Texas. And, everybody said, well, we'll find out how good they are when they go to Texas. And our guys, figured out a way to win that game, and then had to win a tough one on the road at Baylor, and just kind of kept figuring out how to win football games. And, looked up and we were in the Big 12 championship, and then, like I said, went on to college semifinals and won there against Michigan. So it was a fun year, but I don't know that any of us would have said we were going to play for a national championship if you would ask us, but we felt like we had the makings of a good team. And I think the best thing we had was just good chemistry, good chemistry and really, really exceptional leadership.
Sonny Dykes joining us here on the Blitz. And as you talk about that and you go through the season and, being down in some of those games, which I'm guessing wasn't part of the game plan, the Baylor game, everybody talks about the end, but you said after that game, that's exactly the way you practiced it, what you wanted. At what point did you think this team has a real chance to play into January?
Probably about week 7 or 8, I think we started to think, looking at it and started going, well, we're actually pretty good. The one interesting thing about this group, though, is we never talked about it one time as a coaching staff. We never talked about, the conference standings. We never talked about the Big 12 championship game. We never talked about the college football playoff. It was something that honestly never came up one time. I never heard our players talk about it. The thing we just kept preaching was let's take one game at a time and try to win, whoever we play this week. Let's play our best and do a really good job preparing and, go out and play our best on Saturday and see what happens. And, all of a sudden you look up and we're in the Big 12 championship and we lost a hard-fought game to Kansas State. And, at that point, we lost a little bit of control in terms of, getting in. But the good thing was, 12-0 regular season with the schedule we played, got us into the playoff and got us a tough draw against Michigan, who, had really been playing well. Had knocked off Ohio State, had blown out Purdue in the championship game, and those guys were really rolling. So, it was kind of a tough draw, but we felt like it was a good matchup and something that we could have a chance to win.
Coach, that's interesting you say that. And I know players, social media and all this kind of stuff, they look at it. Nobody gave you guys a shot against Michigan. How did you handle that with your team? Did you say anything special or what'd you do?
Not really. I think it had kind of been that way all year. We were picked 7th in the league, in the preseason poll, and we never really talked about that either. I think, the big thing for us was just, really practice well, prepare well, take care of ourselves. We asked the guys to really dedicate themselves, not only during practice, but when they got off the field in terms of recovery and rest and nutrition and doing everything that they could do to give us a chance to go out and play well on Saturday. And, to the players' credit, they really bought into that philosophy. And so, we felt like that was going to be good enough. We really did. I think the guys gained confidence early in the season, felt like they could overcome any challenges that they were faced with and continue to get better and better. And then, we had a knack for making plays in big games. And, Max Duggan, our quarterback, just played outstanding football. And, he just continued to get better and better. And it seemed like the bigger the stage, the better he played.
Sonny Dykes joining us here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Now, you take over the program, you use the transfer portal to your advantage. There's so much talk about, is it good, is it bad, the portal, the NIL. Obviously, it helped you guys last year, but your overall thoughts, we keep hearing the term guardrails or putting in some rules. What does college football need to do to add those guardrails?
Yeah, I think, I've always believed that the players should be compensated, more than they have been in the past. That we had all these silly rules about, incoming freshmen couldn't sleep on a player's couch. You saw Boise State probably a decade ago get some pretty severe sanctions for having players sleep on other players' couches. So, the stuff was ridiculous by the NCAA, some of the things that they had. And some of these guys didn't have any money at all. They had their scholarship and it paid for their books, fees, and room and board and all that, but they had no opportunities to earn any money. And so I think things started to correct a little bit, and like they tend to do, I think they probably overcorrected. And now all of a sudden it became the NIL, which again I think is a good thing on principle. I think that we all own our name, image, and likeness, and I think we ought to be able to capitalize on that if given the opportunity to do so. But as you said earlier, the NCAA didn't really come up with any kind of rules to help govern NIL, and people are going to get creative, and that's what happened. They put these collectives together, and all of a sudden, there's truly a pay-for-play model, which is not really what anybody wants. And so, when you look at that and you look at the transfer portal, I'm in favor of both of them, honestly, because 18-year-old kids make mistakes on why they go to colleges. Sometimes coaches leave, sometimes circumstances change, sometimes kids get homesick, whatever the case may be. I think they ought to have the freedom to leave and go to another school. Now you combine NIL and the transfer portal together, then you have a problem. And that's what we're seeing now is, if school A needs an offensive tackle, then, they'll call up your tackle and say, hey, we'll come pay you to be our tackle. And that's really not the way it's supposed to be. And I think that what happens is you get kids, again, 18-year-old kids, in some cases 17-year-old kids that, are making decisions that they don't really want to make because they're trying to take care of their family, or, they think there's going to be a better financial opportunity. And, it's like everything else. There's unethical people involved in some of this NIL stuff. And all of a sudden people start making promises to kids and they choose that school, they get to that school, and all of a sudden it's not what they thought it was going to be. And so it's a mess right now. My hope is the NCAA will legislate something. I don't have a ton of faith in their ability to do that. I think in a lot of ways that ship has sailed. And, I think as coaches and as a league in the Big 12, we've got to do our own things and create some answers ourselves, because they could do it.
One of the biggest things I've heard from other coaches is that now recruiting is 24/7, 365. Do you find that you're having to re-recruit some of your guys?
Oh, for sure. I mean, that's the most important thing you do all the time. And, I've always thought that's kind of what you did anyway. I always felt like as a coach, your job was to build a strong culture. And in order to build a strong culture, you had to build relationships with people. And, and so what we try to do is at TCU and places I've been in the past is we try to have a very clear set of expectations. We try to have very high expectations for our players, not only on the field, but off the field and in the classroom and in the community. And then we try to have, some pretty severe, penalties if those expectations aren't met. But at the same time, those kids know that we care about them. And I think that they realize that, we care about them not only as football players, but much more importantly as people and young people with a future. And so I think, what I've always tried to do is recruit my team 365 days a year, because you're building a chemistry within that program, and you're building a culture that can sustain itself. And so, the way we interact with our players hasn't really changed that much. I've always believed in kind of that accountability and that positive coaching that we have within our program. We're going to coach guys hard, but we're going to pat them on the head and say, look, here's why we're doing this. Here's why it's important to you. Here's how it's going to make you a better player. And here's how it's going to make us a better team. And I think if you do that with young people, then they'll run through the wall for you.
Talking with Sonny Dykes, head coach at TCU here on the Blitz. Let's have a little fun story time. My high school coach was Hal Mummy, and I know you worked with Hal. You worked with Mike Leach. I need a Hal Mummy story, and I need a Mike Leach story.
Oh man, that could be 2 or 3 shows within itself. It's funny. I drove up here earlier today from Fort Worth, and was listening to radio, and Jimmy Buffett came on, and made me think of Hal and Mike and those guys, and in the fact that Mike's no longer with us, he's just kind of broke my heart. It's just such a sad thing for college football, and he was such a unique person, and those 2 guys changed the game probably as much as anybody really ever has. And they both came from really humble football backgrounds. You would expect some guys that were great players at these big institutions to be the ones really that changed the game. And those guys, did it at Hal at high schools throughout Texas and then at Iowa Wesleyan Junior College, or Iowa Wesleyan College. And then went from there to Valdosta State and then to Kentucky. And that's when I was fortunate enough to get hooked up with Mike and Hal, was at Kentucky. And so, really special guys, outside the box thinkers, incredible problem solvers. Both of those guys, just unique personalities. And like I said, I've got story after story, but I don't know that there's any of them I can tell on the radio.
Which doesn't surprise me.
Exactly right. Real quick, growing up with your dad, how big an influence was he on what you're doing now? And did he push you to that, or was it just something you fell in love with?
Yeah, my dad really honestly tried to talk me out of coaching many times. He just was like, it's a tough way to make a living, and there's a lot of uncertainty, and I had moved around a lot growing up, and so my idea was to go someplace, and once I decided to coach, I wanted to go, stay at a high school and stay there and kind of work my way up and maybe become the head coach someday, and never really move. And of course, I've moved 23 times in my 53 years. So that plan didn't work out particularly well. But But yeah, I mean, my dad, I think his biggest influence on me was not really from a football perspective, just from a personal perspective. We had completely differing opinions on how to win football games. He was kind of a defensive guy. I was brought up in the air raid with, like you said, Hal and Mike and those guys. And, my dad was a little bit more of a conservative thinker. I was a little bit more of a risk taker and all that. But the thing I learned from him more than anything else was just about relationships and how to treat people. And when he passed away 5 years ago, it was interesting. I kind of walked around and listened to the players talk, and not one of them talked about any football games. They all talked about, the relationships they had with my dad and the relationships they had with each other, and, how that they called him for advice when they were going to get married or when they had issues with their kids or, all these different things. And so, I got a real sense to see what a big impact he made in those guys' lives. And, he was a really good football coach, but he was a whole lot better person and really invested in those guys. And I think they all were better for having played for him. And I think that's our job as coaches, is to make sure that, young people are better off from having that relationship with us and being in our program. And, you hope you get them prepared to be husbands and fathers and successful people.
Well said. Absolutely. Coach Dykes, I want the audience to know, because we think about big time college football programs, you're coach of the year, you just were in the national championship game, you have access to private jets, you can go do what you want. You drove to San Antonio this morning, got up at 6 and hit the road from Fort Worth to drive down to speak to the quarterback club. You could have taken the jet. You could sleep in your bed tonight. I was surprised to hear you just got in the car and drove down.
Yeah, you know what? It's kind of nice to get about 3.5 hours of just kind of quiet. I love music, and I had played some great music driving down, and really just tried to kind of relax and enjoy the drive. It's funny, I used to drive a lot in Texas, and just don't really get to do it much anymore. And so, I was kind of excited when I had an opportunity to do it and watch the sunrise. And it was a nice drive down I-35, and no traffic in Waco anymore. They finally finished that construction, that's a big deal. Yeah. Everybody's quality of life is better now. But yeah, it was a cool drive and really enjoyed it, and going to get to spend some time down here. I think I'm going to the state capitol tomorrow. They're honoring the TCU football team in the Capitol tomorrow, and going to also try to do a little bit of work with Alzheimer's and some folks to talk about some Alzheimer's funding. My mom passed away from Alzheimer's, and so we're going to see that as an opportunity to visit with some people tomorrow to try to push some legislation through. And so should be an interesting couple of days. I love being this part of Texas. It's beautiful in San Antonio and Austin, and just looking forward to getting to spend some time down here.
Good deal. Coach, appreciate the time today.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I appreciate you guys.
Appreciate it, Coach. Sonny Dykes from TCU on the Blitz. We are way late for a break, Joe. You're still sweating over the Spurs. Are you?
Love Sonny
Dykes.
Right,
we'll fire that conversation back up right after this.
It's R&R in the morning. Tomorrow at 6.
Tomorrow on R&R in the morning, Boston and the Sixers, Denver and the Suns, 2 Game 5s. We break it all down.
Is Jock Landale headed to the Hall of Fame? Does Lonnie Walker continue his run? We'll talk about it all. The party starts at 6.
R&R in the morning. Tomorrow at 6 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
When you're drinking a frozen beverage from McDonald's, your brain may not like how refreshingly cold it is, but the rest of your body, oh yes, it's gonna relish every moment of it, because there are drinks. Then there are drinks from McDonald's.
There's no better way to cool down than with this cool deal. Get a medium frozen Coke, frozen Dr. Pepper, or frozen Fanta for just $1.79. Prices at participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Hormones can affect everything. Bad skin, bad hair, low energy, poor sleep, brain fogginess, libido, and weight gain. I'm Dr. Torres at the Institute for Functional Health, and we take a functional approach to your hormone problems. Eating right and exercise will not be beneficial without optimal hormone function. This goes for men and women. We do state-of-the-art testing to get to the root of your hormone issues and help you get well and stay well. I'm Dr. Torres at the Institute for Functional Health. We can help. 210-468-1891.
The XFL championship game is here. In a league of dreams and opportunities, there's only one one chance to be a champion. The road to the XFL championship ends in San Antonio. The best of the North versus the best of the South. The DC Defenders versus the Arlington Renegades. Who will emerge the winner? The 2023 XFL championship game, Saturday, May 13th at 7 p.m. at the Alamo Dome in San Antonio. Defenders versus Renegades. XFL history will be made. Tickets are on sale now starting at $25. Visit xfl.com/tickets.
You can talk low carb all you want, but if you don't have a lineup of great tasting snacks behind you, you're not going to win the keto game. Southern Recipe small batch pork rinds are high protein and low carb. Plus, they're low sugar, gluten-free, and naturally loaded in collagen. So it is a no-brainer. Get the bold flavors of Southern Recipe small batch pork rinds at HEB and online at southernrecipesmallbatch.com.
Southern Recipe pork rinds. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Slash to be in your band.
Next up for lead guitar. You're in.
Cool. Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or fees, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Progressive Insurance protects people's cars, homes, and other vehicles. But if you've ever seen our commercials or even just heard our name, you probably already knew that. What you may not know is that we support Humble Design, a nonprofit that furnishes homes for families and veterans emerging from homelessness. Because a little help goes a long way. And a lot of help, well, you get the idea. Now, if you already knew all of this about Progressive Insurance, we're impressed. We'll have to find something else cool to tell you next time. Find out more about how we're dedicated to our customers and communities at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is The Blitz. KTFM, Floresville, and always at ESPNSA.com. San Antonio's Sports Center.
Well, it's being reported this afternoon that Aramark is selling half of its ownership stake in the Spurs for $100 million. The buyer, however, has not been disclosed. Tonight, NBA playoffs, Celtics, Sixers, 6:30. That series tied at 2. Suns and Nuggets. That one tips at 9 o'clock. In Big League Baseball, the Rangers taking on the Mariners right here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star, beginning at 8 o'clock.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the third time in 7 seasons the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's The Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is The Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. You can always be a part of the show on this rainy Tuesday. You can dial up or text the Kia Bosses Smoke Meats phone lines, 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. On Twitter, he's at Joe Reinagel 210. You can tweet at me at Jason Minix. And if you're watching on YouTube, you can always comment there. Make sure you like and subscribe to the San Antonio Sports Star YouTube page. And if you got us up on a big old TV somewhere, like somebody sent us a video yesterday from his man cave.
Let us know.
That's pretty cool. We like to see those photos as well. Because we're radio guys on TV.
Yes. Kind of cool.
Very cool. A lot of unplanned Spurs discussion today.
I feel a hell of a lot better, though. You know, I mean, sometimes you just got to get that off your chest.
Well, and that goes with the territory. We got a lot to talk about today. Jimmy Walker will join us coming up at 4:30.
Soon to be San Antonio Hall of Famer.
Yeah, he officially gets inducted on Saturday night. We'll also talk some Cowboys in the 5 o'clock hour with Shireen Williams, and Pledges unloaded the prize closet.
Wow!
I'll give you all the credit, Pledge. Can I do that? Even though it's really Nick, I'll get a sternly worded email later.
From who? Nick?
Yeah,
that guy. He doesn't do anything sternly worded.
We got Weezer tickets to give away.
Weezer.
Cool. You don't know Weezer, do you?
No, I've heard of him.
You know Weezer.
I've heard of him.
You know, in fact, we'll give away Weezer tickets soon.
Okay.
Soon.
When are they coming?
June 8th.
That's right around the corner.
We've got Steve Miller Band tickets to give away as well.
Now, see, I like that.
Mm-hmm. July 27th.
July 27th.
I saw Weezer not long ago in February in Phoenix.
Yeah.
They put on a good show.
Well, that's good. See, I'm not opposed to those kind of shows. In fact, I love live music.
Mm-hmm.
So I just don't know any of the songs until I hear them.
Until you hear them.
Right.
And with Weezer, you're going to know a lot of them.
Exactly.
You will know a lot of them. Lots of big shows coming to the area. If you don't get your tickets for free from us, you can always buy them at livenation.com. It's 4:05.
This is Jason and Joe's Headline Blitz. Two guys, two opinions, never enough time.
Time for the Headline Blitz. So many things I want to talk about. Let's start with Weezer, right?
With Weezer.
Well, it really has nothing to do with Weezer.
Uh-huh.
But I saw on Twitter about an hour ago that MTV News was officially done. Their parent company has officially killed the news department at MTV.
That really got you down, too.
Well, it was that they still did MTV News, but I think about the 90s, my news source was Kurt Loder. It was Kurt Loder delivered all the news, and Tabitha Soren.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember when MTV first came on the air. I mean, they had some, nice VJs.
Yes. I haven't watched MTV in I don't know how long.
Well, if you don't watch it unless you like the show Ridiculousness.
Well, then generally
that's all that's on there.
It's when Pledger has been at the house and I go to turn on my TV on and it's on MTV.
Is there anything other than Ridiculousness?
No,
there's really not. And not that I'm opposed to that, because I think it's a pretty funny show. But I mean, after you watch a couple of episodes, it's like, I'd really like to see something else. I like Ridiculousness. And they got the one girl that laughs.
Chanel West Coast.
What's her name?
Chanel West Coast.
Yeah, she's got a hell of a laugh, doesn't she?
Wait. That's your laugh. Chanel West Coast has stolen the Reinagel laugh?
Has.
Do I start calling you Chanel?
You can. I don't care. I'll answer to anything.
West Coast?
I don't know. That was probably a bad interpretation of her laugh.
Well, it sounded like your normal laugh. That scared me.
It reminded me of the dude on Billy Madison, right?
Uh-huh.
Reinagel Third Coast.
Yeah.
If Alice only had a coast.
I know. Well, we're close to one. 45 minutes.
From Alice.
To the coast.
You know what's great about Mr. Alice, Texas? He learned something today.
I did.
About Alice, Texas.
Something I did not know.
Which is kind of a shame, isn't it? Wouldn't you think Alice
they should celebrate
would
that?
Celebrate that?
Spike Dykes was actually the head football coach like in 1970.
When did you play there?
It was a lot longer than that. Afterwards, he left.
I mean, it's like Hal Mummy at Copper's Cove. I mean,
Right.
Although I played for him. He lived down the street. I used to mow his grass.
Yeah.
But you were like,
I had no idea.
The old Sonny Dykes like, yeah, my dad just wanted to be a high school coach. We were down in Alice, Texas. And Joe was like, Alice?
I didn't know Spike Dykes coached high school football in Alice, Texas. How about that?
Man, and then they started talking about the dairy burger and
the gravy and the steak fingers. I mean, it was great. I don't know if Dairy Burger was there at that time. Dude, I tell you, I am going to get you some, and you're gonna apologize profusely once you try those steak strips with the gravy and the salsa inside.
See, I don't think I can't wait to try the steak sticks. Is that what you just called them?
Fingers.
Did you just call them steak sticks?
No, I didn't.
Well, Dairy Queen has the steak finger, so I figured Dairy Burger, the knockoff.
Well, it's
maybe they
like
call them steak sticks.
McDonald's, same thing, right?
Well, I was reading a thing in the LA Times because it came across my Twitter. There's Tommy's Burgers in Los Angeles, right? And one of the big time writers for the LA Times, he tweeted out a picture yesterday. Sam Farmer, if you read any LA Times, I mean, Sam tweeted out a picture yesterday, a picture with him and Bob, whose dad was Tommy. And then there was a link to this article from the LA Times. There are like 37 knockoff Tommy's restaurants.
Really?
In Los Angeles. And they're famous for their chili burgers. And yeah, it's kind of comical. So, there's knockoffs everywhere. So I figured Dairy Burger knockoff would call them steak sticks.
Steak sticks.
Well, and you called them steak sticks.
Steak strips.
Strips. Steak sticks sound better.
So not steak fingers. They're steak strips.
Yeah, because steak fingers, they belong to Dairy Queen.
But let me tell you.
With ketchup.
Wait a minute.
Not in the gravy.
These now Dairy Queen steak, whatever they call them,
fingers,
the crust is way too thick. Now these steak strips
at
Dairy Burger and Alice, it's like somebody cooked a chicken fried steak and just cut them in fingers.
What I'm hearing, and you and I have been friends for a long time.
We have,
and we've been doing this show together now for almost 2 years.
Yeah.
Right?
Isn't that crazy?
I just figured out the whole Dairy Queen thing from episode 1. When you first started the show here on San Antonio Sports Star, and we were doing this thing about let's get to know Joe Reinagel.
Yeah.
Because after 25 years on television, a lot of people know who you are, but they don't know you.
Right.
Because, TV people, you don't get to know them like radio people.
Sure.
And Joe made the admission that he likes Dairy Queen tacos.
I do.
Now,
I made that admission by accident, by the way.
And up until this moment, I've never really figured out why. Because when I go to Dairy Queen, I get the steak fingers. I don't even think about the tacos. We even got some. We tried them.
Yeah.
They were better than I thought, but not great, right? I would never order them again.
They're fantastic.
Right? Or you get a burger there. But for me, Dairy Queen, if it's not a Blizzard, it's steak fingers.
Mm-hmm.
But because your childhood memory, see, it just went off why you don't like their steak fingers.
The crust is too
no,
thick.
It's because it's not the dairy burger from your childhood. It's so you went taco one day because, I think that's what it is. I mean, there's some inner childhood trauma that you're not over when it comes to steak fingers.
Well, the trauma is the fact that their crust is too damn thick.
It's not. It's
that's the trauma. No,
it's.
But these are like a real chicken fried steak. That's what it tastes like.
Yeah.
That's why you dip it in the gravy.
That's what steak fingers at Dairy Queen are.
No.
And I don't find the crust too thick. I think they're wonderful.
It's too thick.
But because you have this childhood
tacos
thing,
we had a Dairy Queen in Alice.
Yeah.
We had both.
Yeah, but I mean, if you got a dairy burger, you're going there.
Well, yeah, because the steak strips.
Yeah, we had
delicious.
Had 2 Dairy Queens in Cypress Cove.
2.
Wow. And well, when they built that second one, I mean, it was big.
Wow.
That second one. It put Jack in the Box right out of business.
Dude,
and it had nothing to do with tacos.
I remember back in the day calling Dairy Queens for high school football scores.
You used to call Dairy Queens?
Yeah.
It's funny. When I worked at the Express News when I first moved here in 1993 and we were doing that, we would call kettle restaurants.
Yeah.
Or Denny's to find out the scores.
Oh, there you go. Whatever it takes.
Old John Hines.
Yeah, because back
the late great John Hines at the Express News, he had a list of all these places.
Back in the day,
all the numbers.
I'm just gonna because Greg Thurston, who didn't tweet you, only me at Joe Reinagel 210.
Mm-hmm.
There's only one reason to go to Dairy Queen, and that's for the tacos. And then Red Roddy's. I'm puro, but I do enjoy the DQ those tacos.
You can't even say it.
I can't the DQ tacos.
Mm-hmm.
So both, thank you guys. I'm glad there are people out there that appreciate fine dining.
Yeah.
You have to eat them there, though. I'll be honest with you. And that's like any taco. You can't take tacos to go because they're too greasy. And by the time you get home, the shell's all mushy.
Yeah.
So you got to eat them in the restaurant.
Dude, you walk into a Dairy Queen, those shells have been stacked for years, man. There's nothing going to happen to those shells.
No, they do. They do. But they've been stacked a while. You're right.
They at least look like they've been stacked a while.
That's part of their ambiance.
I think I just figured out why you are anti the steak fingers, and it's because of the dairy burger.
I'm taking you to Dairy Burger, and you are going to apologize like you've never apologized in your life.
I doubt
I won't
that.
even make you put the salsa in the gravy.
Well, good, because
I won't make it. Well,
I'm a grown man. You're not going to make me.
Well, you're a wiener. You can't handle hot stuff.
I can. I just don't want. Well, no, I can't handle hot stuff, but I don't want ketchup or salsa in the gravy.
Dude, it's
the
delicious.
Gravy.
It's delicious.
Stands on its own.
I'm telling you, man. What
else were we going to talk about in our headline blitz?
Doesn't matter. Does it matter?
Can we talk about JJ, the soccer owner, and the research that JJ Watt is doing as he tries to immerse himself as being the owner of a soccer team?
You've learned what to do, what not to do. What have you learned so far?
I mean, I've learned that the history, the tradition, the supporters, it's all about respecting and honoring that. You never want to come in and try and do something that's not true to who the club is and to who the people currently are. And
he's doing well on the PR notes right now.
We're most
it will change.
Trying to do is show
he's
people
on
what
BBC
real
or
Burnley's
some
about. I mean, I
TV
did a
show
pub
over
crawl
there.
yesterday on my way to the stadium. So I started at the Royal Dyche. I worked my way down to the Vintage Claret all the way up to Turf Moor, and just getting to know the supporters. I just want to earn their trust by showing them how much we care and how passionate we are.
I bet they love you.
I bet they do.
By pub crawl.
Quite, yeah. It's research. I'm doing research. Lots of pints of Guinness along the way, but it was a lot of fun, and it was really good to get to know them on a personal level, and hopefully they get to know us as well.
We're even more grateful for you getting up early now.
Oh yeah. There were more than a few pints last night, and I have a feeling tonight might be similar.
There you go. JJ's figuring out how to go on a pub crawl is research. Does that mean it's a write-off?
Probably, but he's living the retired life.
He is.
You know, go have some pints. That girl was crushing.
She was.
We're so happy to have you here, JJ.
Jimmy Walker in about 15 minutes will be on the show. We'll talk some, I don't know, a lot of people on the phones. Kevin, stay there. We'll talk some Spurs as we continue here on the Blitz. If you're a business owner, a manager, a club leader, and you need your logo on any kind of gear, get into Sammy's Embroidery and Printing down on San Pedro. If you need your logo on a nice golf shirt or a fishing shirt, Sam will get you taken care of. If you need uniforms done, Sam has over 700 uniform lines to choose from. He can do T-shirts. You need those screen printed, go see Sam. If you need caps, Sam has over 12,000 caps and more than 75 color combinations on display in his showroom, including the popular Richardson 112 style trucker caps. Sammy's Embroidery and Printing. Nobody has better prices. Sammy has all the big name brands, and he's the only company in Texas with one-day turnaround. No order too small, certainly no order too big, and all items do come with the warranty. Call 210-824-3900 or get into that massive showroom down on San Pedro. It's about a mile inside Loop 410. Or check the website, samsembroidery.com, for Sammy's Embroidery Club.
Mother's Day is right around the corner, and R&R in the Morning has you covered. We're looking for the top 3 craziest, scariest, funniest, or even the most humiliating car ride ever with your mom. Text R&R in the Morning anytime between 6 a.m. and 10 a.m. with your story till the kielbasa smoked meats line at 210-656-ESPN. You could win dinner for 2, SeaWorld tickets, and even win a pair of tickets to see the Red Hot Chili Peppers, presented by 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star and Mother's Window Tint, the home of tint and alarms. Do it at Mother's and save.
Deep into the Himalayas, where I found the most enlightened person on earth. And I said, "What is the meaning of life?" They said back to me, "Do it at Mother's and save." That's right. You're the most enlightened person on earth when you bring your vehicle to Mother's Window Tint. We have stereos on sale. We have car alarms on sale. We have window tint on sale. Oh, Mother's Window Tint. You can find us in Austin and San Antonio and on the web. Mother's Window Tint since 1984. We make your car go thump, thump, thump. Mother thump. Mother's Window Tint is located with 4 stores in San Antonio. So make sure you get to see us any Tuesday through Saturday, 9 to 6. Mother's Window Tint, your car stereo and auto security headquarters. Remember, do it at Mother's and save.
Garage clutter got you down? Garageization will help improve that mood. Cabinets, shelving, workbenches, overhead racks, slat wall. They even do floors. Oh my! GarageOrganizationSanAntonio.com for more info. GarageOrganizationSanAntonio.com.
The XFL Championship game is here, and the league goes from 8 teams to 2. In a league of dreams and opportunities, there's only one chance to be a champion. The road to the 2023 XFL Championship ends in San Antonio. The best of the North versus the best of the South. The DC Defenders versus the Arlington Renegades. Who will emerge the winner? The 2023 XFL Championship game, Saturday, May 13th at 7 p.m. at the Alamo Dome in San Antonio. Tickets on sale now starting at $25. Visit xfl.com/tickets.
Not all pizza places are the same. Mellow Mushroom originated hand-tossed, stone-baked classic Southern pizza. Not in the mood for pizza? Order a calzone, hoagie, sandwich, burger, or a mellow salad and see how care goes into every item on the menu. Take your pick from 24 draft beers and or handcrafted cocktails. And many of the pizzas can be made gluten-free or vegan. Mellow Mushroom is at 1604 in Stone Oak Parkway. Hang with friends, watch the game, and mellow out at Mellow Mushroom.
Grand slam, bomb, went yard, long ball, dinger. Do you even know what I'm talking about, Nigel?
Croquet.
Nigel, I'm talking about baseball. Corner plumbing and air conditioning is a lot like a baseball team.
Should we wear cups, Joel?
When a person has plumbing problems or their air conditioner just isn't cooling right, they can rely on our team to make the big plays. We hit it out of the park every time. Call Quarter Moon Plumbing and Air Conditioning, day or night, 651-5899.
Joel, should I start singing now? Take me out.
License
number M16004, PACLA 000743545.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health San Antonio will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 210-615-7777. That's 210-615-7777. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
Listen to this station anytime, anywhere on Odyssey. Odyssey is your new audio home for all the music, news, sports, and podcasts that matter to you. Odyssey. That's AUDACY.
Hi, I'm attorney Steve Benke. If you've made the decision to divorce, you need an experienced attorney who can help. I've helped many people get through divorce, custody, child support, and alimony problems. Call me. I'm attorney Steve Benke.
210-DIVORCE or go to BenkeLaw.com.
Red Hot Chili Peppers, live in San Antonio. Anthony, Chad, Flea, and John, live on stage. With very special guests, The Strokes, and Thundercat. Red Hot Chili Peppers, Alamo Dome, May 17th. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. For more, visit RedHotChiliPeppers.com.
There's never any FOMO with the iHeartRadio app. You won't ever have to miss out on your favorite shows and contests with this radio station again. Radio 24/7, 365. We're here when you want us. Stay connected and listen anywhere when you download the free iHeartRadio app.
Tomorrow on R&R in the morning, the NBA continues. Closeouts imminent. We'll keep you caught up. NFL's telling us the schedule. The first crumbs get dropped today. We'll talk all about the league. Now back to you boys. Shireen, Jimmy, and Sonny. Sounds like a great band. Take care of them tonight, boys.
Those crumbs get dropped tomorrow.
Yeah, they do. Tomorrow, yes.
Well, you figure by the time Rob records the next day, he's punch drunk and ready for a nap.
Yeah, he is. He is.
Hey, man, you know who's playing?
Is that Weezer?
That's Rivers Cuomo.
What?
Well, that's the lead singer of Weezer.
Okay, well, see, trick question. I got it right.
June 8th, they're going to be at their Germania Insurance Amphitheater. You want some tickets? This be caller number 9 right now.
I know this
2-0.
song.
Yeah, of course you know this
Of
song.
course.
You would probably know 10 or 12 of the 20, 25 songs they'll play that night.
I'm a little more hip than you
You're really
let
not.
on.
You're really not. Live Nation's concert week going on all week, May 10th through May 16th. $25 tickets to over 3,800 shows nationwide. Get yours at livenation.com. Again, caller 9. You win tickets to go see Weezer. 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. So the Lakers got a win last night.
Yeah.
And apparently today, we're not talking about the Lakers getting a win last night. We're talking about a Spur that got away that got the Lakers the win last night. And that's got Joe Reinagle very heated.
Well, and that's just like the cherry on top. And so, yeah, I was a little bit upset by that. And, you see a guy that was in San Antonio that was drafted by the Spurs going to another team. You hear LeBron James just, slobbering all over this guy afterwards and I told him to keep playing. We'd need him and yada, yada, yada. But he's no longer a Spur.
He had a great quarter.
He did.
He has not had a great year in Los Angeles.
I hear
his time in San Antonio was up. It was time to move on, and we were glad he was gone.
So let me ask you this question, and this is a sincere question.
Mm-hmm.
If Lonnie Walker has that potential, is it Darvin Ham that's getting it out of him that somebody here could not?
Could it be he had a great 12 minutes last night?
Absolutely, he did.
And again, he has been on a milk carton in Los Angeles all year. I give him credit for being ready for the moment. And he even said last night, it's been a tough year. He's done everything he can just to keep a positive attitude.
I'm only 24. This chapter in my life is only one chapter of many. And understanding that I'm trying to reach my best self most importantly. When I was a kid, I always wondered how I would be when I'm 24. And I wonder what I'm going to be when I'm 30 or 45. And that all comes with stacking the days day by day and reaching my best self first and foremost. If I'm not giving it 100%, then that's selfish on my side because I'm giving everyone else 60, 70, 80%. So truth be told, it might sound narcissistic or whatnot, but I'm in love with myself and I want to be my best self. So, and I think that's the greatest prize of it all is that, I'm ambitious and I'm eager to be where LeBron and AD and, become a star.
There you go. I mean, you got to admire that attitude.
And he always had a good attitude. In San Antonio, I think he had plenty of opportunity, but he never played defense. He was pulled off the floor a lot. It was frustrating for the top or a first-round pick in San Antonio. I think going to Los Angeles, the change of scenery has probably been good for him to be around guys like LeBron, but also where there's no pressure. I mean, he's been a garbage time player most of this season. To him last night, he had the hot hand, 15 points, all in the fourth quarter. He had 12 scoreless minutes prior to that fourth quarter.
Did you hear what he said at the very beginning?
Mm-hmm.
I'm only 24.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps his best days are ahead.
And maybe
perhaps patience is in order.
Well, I mean, when it's time for a second contract, do you pay this guy?
No.
And that's the decision the Spurs make. Now, you bring up Derek White a lot. I think Derek White has blossomed under different coaching.
Well, that's a shame, isn't it?
Well,
I mean, it is. The guy, second team, all defensive team, and we're supposed to be the defensive juggernaut here in San Antonio. That's supposed to be what it is. And I believe he got a contract. All right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. DeJounte Murray. Now, I don't know what happened with DeJounte Murray, but he got a contract here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're gone.
Right.
It's part of the process.
Yeah. Development for other teams.
Yeah. It's what we do. Jimmy Walker going into the San Antonio Sports Hall of Fame will join us coming up next here on the Blitz.
San Antonio's Sports Center.
Well, the Spurs, one of their owners, sold their ownership stake. Aramark sold it, in fact, for $100 million. The The buyer has not been disclosed. A couple of former Spurs, we're talking about them. Lonnie Walker, the fourth, great game last night. Led the Lakers to a win over the Warriors. They don't win that game without him. And now Derek White was named to the NBA All-Defensive Second Team. Celtics Sixers tonight, Suns Nuggets.
Today is the day. Today is the day you empty your garage and closets of your old tech. Today is the day you hang up on that dial-up modem. Today is the day you tell that old GPS to get lost. Because while Staples recycles old tech for free each and every day, today, during Staples' free Tech Take Back, Rewards members get $10 in Staples Rewards when they recycle their tech. Cut the cord on your old tech and recycle it at Staples. N617. Limit 1 reward per month. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/recycling for details.
It's Macy's Mother's Day sale. Take an extra 25% off great gifts for every mom with your coupon or Macy's card. Like dresses, shoes, and more she'll love, 25 to 40% off. Or shop specials like 55 to 65% off robes, towels, and more bath accessories. And fragrance gift sets from her favorite brands like Carolina Herrera, Estee Lauder, and more. Give love, give style, now at Macy's. Savings off sale and clearance prices, exclusions apply.
Imagine it's the last ride, but your symptoms of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, are taking you for a ride. What should you do? Keep managing your constipation with belly pain the same old way? Or try getting ahead of your symptoms by talking to your doctor about linaclotide. Linzess is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling.
Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Finding great people to hire can be like trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Their powerful matching technology delivers so many qualified candidates. It's like finding a needle in a needle stack. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. For less hay and more needles, head to ZipRecruiter.
And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. At ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language, like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Welcome back to the quickest podcast ever, brought to you by Kohl's.
Today's topic, procrastination.
Leave it to me to last minute shop for Mother's Day.
It snuck up on me too. Luckily, Kohl's has gifts for under $50, like Sephora beauty favorites, comfy activewear, the latest tech.
Wow, not bad for the last minute.
Right? I found something so perfect for all the moms in my life.
Yep, I'm convinced. Here I come, Kohl's.
Select styles, Sephora coupons, and Kohl's Cash do not apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Today on Hey Culligan, how smart is your water? Here's Tracy.
Hey Culligan, I think my water might be dumb.
Good news, Tracy. Your water's not dumb. It's just not talking to you.
You can make my water talk.
No, but the new Culligan Smart Drinking Water System can talk to your phone to tell you when your water filters need changing and help you meet drinking water goals.
Now that's some brilliant H2O.
You said it, Tracy, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with the local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Meet Joe A, Joe B, and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect. Support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Great, it's yours.
See you then.
Nathan's Tiki-themed bar is swimming in end-of-year party bookings.
Where can I find that many servers? They want headlamps? And I'm going to need to find a band.
He needs caterers to navigate the rising tide.
No, Mario, not your cousin's cover band.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
All guests appearing on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star appear on the Buyers Barricades guest line. Buyers Barricades provides traffic control, rental, and sales for San Antonio and beyond. Online at buyersbarricades.com. Joe Reinagel, Jason Minix, The Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is The Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. Saturday night's going to be a special night in San Antonio as the 2023 class of the San Antonio Sports Hall of Fame gets inducted. And one of those going in, PGA pro Jimmy Walker, a major winner. He's won 6 times on tour. He joins us now on the Buyers Barricades guest line. And he's also a great follow on social media because there's always the question, where in the world is Jimmy Walker? Because he's always having fun. What's going on, Jimmy?
Oh, I'm just up here in Dallas getting ready for the Byron Nelson. I came home after Charlotte Sunday night and got one night at home and came up today.
Well, Dallas. Now, are you cooking anything tonight there? Do you have a grill, Jimmy?
Actually, yeah. So I'm staying with my caddy just across the street. I can see the leaderboard from where I'm sitting on 18, and he informed me that I'm cooking steaks tonight, and his girlfriend is making like some pasta and homemade bread. So yeah,
Nice.
we are ripping it up tonight.
Yeah, it's a cooking segment with Jimmy Walker by design. Jimmy, I got to be honest, man. I picked up grilling during the pandemic when I was home. Before that, I couldn't do anything. Now it's, I got 4 different setups and the stuff that you're always grilling and the different things that you're doing, man. I'm learning from you. What is your favorite not thing to throw on a smoker? Although that brisket you did recently looked pretty damn good, but what's your favorite style? Are you a pellet smoker, fire? What do you like to do?
So in the beginning, I got a Traeger when we got a place up in Utah, and I really enjoyed cooking on that. And they ended up contacting me, and I did a sponsorship with them. And then that ran its course, and it was amazing. And one of the guys at Traeger left and started working with this company called Birch Barrel, and he contacted me and got me one of those, and I've enjoyed cooking on that. When I was doing an ambassadorship deal with them, but then the golf deal kicked back up and couldn't quite give them what they were looking for. But man, I enjoy cooking on everything. I mean, give me anything, I'll get after it. And you almost have more fun when you rent a house that you don't know anything about on the road and can still get in there and make high quality meals on stuff that's not yours, which is real fun, I think.
Absolutely. I just got a Traeger not too long ago, and so I'm kind of a novice at it, but I enjoy doing it. And I've cooked things, Jimmy, that I've never thought I could. I never was able to cook a brisket. I cooked a prime rib. I mean, it's stuff that you never think you can do, and now I can do it.
For sure. It's part of cooking is just getting in and getting your hands dirty. And it's not super difficult. You don't need a whole lot of ingredients, salt, pepper, and a little olive oil, butter. I mean, it's pretty simple. Those 3 or 4 things will make anything taste pretty damn good.
That's true.
Absolutely. Jimmy Walker, a man that eats very well, joining us here on the Blitz on the Buyers Barricades guest line as he gets ready to go into the San Antonio Sports Hall of Fame. Jimmy, I think about your pro golf career, and when it was announced you were going into the Hall of Fame, I can't count on both hands how many people said, he's not already in. What was it like for you when you got the call that you were going into the San Antonio Sports Hall of Fame?
It was really cool. I was just been so busy with golf and work, and I'd actually kind of shut golf down last year. I wasn't going to play anymore, and that's about kind of when I got the call, and then things started to happen again where I was going to get to go play again. And an opportunity arose, and if I didn't take it, it wasn't going to happen. But it was cool. I've been inducted into the Baylor Sports Hall of Fame and the Texas Golf Hall of Fame, and be recognized by your hometown and your city. Very, very, very cool. And started looking at all the names on there and people going in my class, and I was like, wow, this is really special, and I felt very honored.
Jimmy, golf is such a hard sport, especially for us amateurs, right? But even guys like you who are the best of the best, struggle from time to time. But lately, you seem to have figured out you're playing some pretty good golf these days.
I have. And it's been nice. I felt like it kind of started in San Antonio, and I took kind of a deep look on past lessons I've had and stuff that I worked on with, all my coaches that I've had. I mean, I've had some of the best coaches in the business, and just kind of keyed in on one little thing, and man, it felt really nice in San Antonio, and then kept working on it and played well at Hilton Head and was leading through 2 rounds at a big event, and then played the team event in New Orleans, and then carried over to Mexico, which was a great week, and then again last week. So man, it's right there, and the confidence feels like it's swelling, and that's a good thing. The chipping and putting feels like it's coming online with everything else, and it's been fun. It's still super hectic and very stressful, and mentally it's a bigger grind than I ever remember it being. So it does get harder as you get older, for sure.
Well, it's always
at the highest level.
Yeah, it's always good to see you out there and playing well. Now, you said there was one little thing, Jimmy. I'm always looking for a little free advice. What is that little thing?
Contact.
Little thing, yeah. You talked about golf being one of the hardest sports there is, and I get to play with a lot of amateurs. And I mean, one of my favorite tips I've always given some amateurs that are really bad at it is like, man, if you just took 2 weeks off and then quit the game, you would be way better off. But, like if you want to shave shots at golf, it's literally for you guys. It's around the greens. How many shots you guys waste around the greens is pretty staggering. And even for us, when you tidy that up, it just makes all the difference in the world. You miss a green, you get up and down, you're saving shots, you're making pars. Like the average golfer doesn't understand how important a par is. And even a pro, like pars are so important, because if you're not giving anything away, then you're not giving anything away. Just handing shots back to these guys, the best in the world, is not ideal. So, that's my best tip for everybody. Go have fun learning how to chip and putt. That's going to save you all the shots in the world.
Be honest, Jimmy. When you're playing in some of these pro-ams with some that probably shouldn't be out there with you, does it bother you? Does it piss you off? Are you frustrated? You're adding an extra hour while this guy's looking for a ball. I mean, does that kind of bother you a little?
It doesn't. The smartest thing that the PGA Tour has done for us as players in a long time is we've gone to 9-hole pro-am. So we only have to play 9 holes anymore. And I mean, it is such a better product. I'm happier. Everybody else is just happier. Like, oh, only 9 holes today. That's great. It's only 2 hours out of my day or 2.5 hours instead of 4.5 to 5, 6, 5.5. And it's a grind, when you're out there watching all that stuff go on, and you're chatting it up and talking, and it wears on you. So it's a better product for sure now.
Well, I can imagine. And again, it sounds like you're nice. I had a bad experience one time out at Oak Hills with Gary Player when the senior tour was coming through San Antonio. He was not happy I was a part of his group.
Oh, poor Gary. I feel bad for that guy.
Jimmy, but guys like you, there's a lot of guys like you that are nice, and you take time to talk to the fans, and I love it. And I think they appreciate that. I want to ask you about the state of the PGA Tour. It seems like now, any week, anybody can win. The competition on the PGA Tour these days is just unbelievable. Do you feel the same way?
I do. I mean, the average age of the tour player today compared to when I got out is like 10 years younger. So you've got so many new guys that are young and ready to go right out of the gate, right out of college. They're just ready to go. Whereas before, you kind of started to peak in your late 20s, early 30s, mid 30s. And now, these guys are coming out, shooting good scores and aren't afraid, a lot younger. So yeah, any week, there's there's new talent coming out, and I think you can see that if you're a fan and you watch, you see newer and younger guys. You still have guys that are, at the top of the game that play well, but it's very deep now, and it's exciting, and especially with all the stuff that's gone on with professional golf and losing players to other tours, and there's never been a better time to try to play golf on the PGA Tour. I mean, the amount of money that we're playing for is staggering, and it's a good time to be playing for sure.
Absolutely. Jimmy Walker joining us here on the Blitz as Saturday night officially gets inducted into the San Antonio Sports Hall of Fame. You mentioned, Jimmy, last year you were maybe thinking about not. I should probably know this before I ask, but I'm guessing that had to do with Lyme disease. Are you feeling better? It seems like you're feeling better now and you're able to continue on with your pro career.
I do feel good. It's very rare I have a day where I call limey. But yeah, I've taken care of myself. I feel good. I don't have any lack of energy like I used to, or zero energy for that matter. But everything's good. Home life's good. My wife's working, and when I shut it down last year, she took on a full-time interior design deal, and she's really good at it, and got hired on by a firm out of Park City, and she's crushing it, and I'm really proud of her. And kids are doing great. We moved out of the sticks out in Bernie, and we moved down into there, and kind of, it's funny, we kind of moved back into town to slow down, and life's been good. So we're all, Walkers are in good shape.
That is great to hear. Jimmy Walker playing this weekend up in Dallas. So I guess there's a chance, and hopefully you won't be at the event Saturday night, or how's that going to work? I'm gonna give it all I got to be there. It's an easy flight from Dallas, and it's just weather barring. I've got I originally thought it was on a Friday night, and I was like, I can get my tee time set up where I can play early and totally be there Friday night. And it ended up being on Saturday, so it will be a timing issue with where I'm playing and the weather. But I'm going to give it all I got to be there. I know I've got lots of friends and family that are there, and be there in huge support. And I already told my wife she's got to get up there and take the award and give a speech, and she's all pumped up. So we'll see how she does. She's way better to look at anyways than I am. But I'm going to give it all I got to be there.
Well, if you're in contention and on Saturday you have a late tee time, I don't think anybody's going to mind that, Jimmy.
I'm sure I can zoom in, or we can do a video deal. But I do have my tux is at the dry cleaner getting spiced up, so I'm planning on being there.
Awesome. Man, that's going to be awesome. Jimmy, appreciate you taking the time today. Good luck up there at the Byron Nelson.
Thank you, boys. Thanks for having me on. You'll have a good rest of the week.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Jimmy Walker on the Buyers Barricades guest line. Buyers Barricades provides traffic control, rental, and sales for San Antonio and beyond. They're online at buyersbarricades.com. And it's going to be a fun night Saturday night. And, like Devin Brown is going in, Jimmy Walker. And again, if he's in contention, if he can't make it, we understand.
I think everybody would be okay with that.
And I'll tell you what, the auction that they have at the San Antonio Sports Hall of Fame is incredible. And they've got auction items up at the website right now, sanantoniosports.org. There's all kinds of stuff that is on there. Art, tickets,
they always have great stuff.
Trips, all kinds of things. But one of the things that they have, it's a raffle, $100 a ticket. And basically you get season tickets to everything: Spurs, UTSA football, UIW, Missions, Valero Alamo Bowl, Valero Texas Open. And the raffle tickets are $100, and they're only selling 600 of them.
Do you have to be present?
Total? No, you do it online.
So I could do it online.
You can buy a raffle ticket right now.
I'm going to do that.
And you can bid on items online, even if you're not at the event.
I'm in. They have the greatest stuff.
Go check it out, sanantoniosports.org, and check out all the different things they have. But that raffle ticket for $100, That's incredible.
That is incredible. I mean, you win that thing, and they're only selling 600 of them?
They're only selling 600 of them.
Wow.
And like the Spurs lower level tickets.
Oh, nice.
UTSA, everything. I mean, it's all pretty awesome. SanAntonioSports.org is the website. Let me tell you about my friends over at Hill Electric. If you ever need an electrician, Hill Electric is available to you 24/7 for residential and commercial needs. I know I've used Hill Electric at my house for a variety of projects, and they were just at the house fixing a light that stopped working. For over 3 decades, the family-owned Hill Electric has served San Antonio homes and businesses. And what's great about Hill Electric is, one, they're great at what they do. They've got the right service at the right price, but there is never a service charge, and they always offer free estimates. So it costs you absolutely nothing to figure out what it will take to get a project done. Hill Electric, a great locally owned family-run business. 210-404-9074 is the phone number. 404-9074 or hill-electric.com.
If you missed R&R in the morning, then you missed this.
You don't want a light in your porta potty? I'm just saying, anybody ever look down into that blue hole of horrors? First, last thing I need is a spotlight shining down on that swamp pit. You're like a shoe floating in there. Like, how did a shoe get in
I'm
there?
going to tell you something. You are a different cat. Like, I give you credit. If you can drop a deuce at Fiesta, you're a different type of cat. Bro, I will leave.
Be honest, it has happened. But when it does happen, it is.
What are you doing?
Well, it's an emergency. It's not like I had time to decide.
Man, I've clenched as hard as possible. I'm not dropping a deuce. There's porta potties, and then there's Fiesta porta potties. There will be no deuce dropping at Fiesta porta potties.
Let me tell you, it's an absolute emergency. It's that, or
what you have, 3 butts?
Wake up with Robin Lee. Mornings 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Improve visibility and save $8 instantly when you pick up a pair of Bosch Icon wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Bosch Icon premium blades can help you see better and drive safer. And our professional parts people will install them for you for free. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At Lowe's, we're always bringing pros more ways to save on the brands you trust. Right now, buy a DeWalt 9-gallon corded shop vacuum with accessories at a new low price of $99. Plus, as an MVPs member, earn 3 bonus points per dollar when you buy select concrete mix. You can then redeem for rewards. Because Lowe's knows savings, Lowe's knows pros. While supplies last, discount taken at time of purchase. See associate for details. Valid through 5/17. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Valid through 6/2. Subject to change.
It's patio season, so get over to the Roo Pub at 281 and Redland Road to enjoy the great South Texas weather. As always, ice cold beer and specialty drinks, happy hour weekdays from 11 to 6, and the kitchen is open late until 2 a.m. every day. Add the Roo Pub into your lunch rotation with those 3 massive 170-inch screens and TVs all around. You know there is no better place to watch a game, and they always have all the fights. The Roo Pub, next to the Angry Elephant, 281 and Redland Road. We'll see you at the Roo. Injuries happen, and when they do, skip the ER and get to the Ortho Now Injury Clinic by TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine. Ortho Now provides walk-in care for injuries like broken bones, dislocations, sprains, and strains. Conveniently located in the Quarry area with extended hours Monday through Saturday with on-site x-ray casting and bracing, Ortho Now has everything you need to treat your injury, and best of all, no urgent care or emergency room copay. Learn more online at tsaog.com.
Hi, I'm attorney Steve Benke. If you've made the decision to divorce, you need an experienced attorney who can help. I've helped many people get through divorce, custody, child support, and alimony problems. Call me. I'm attorney Steve Benke.
210-DIVORCE or go to BenkeLaw.com.
Not all pizza places are the same. Mellow Mushroom originated hand-tossed, stone-baked classic Southern pizza. Not in the mood for pizza? Order a calzone, hoagie, sandwich, burger, or a mellow salad and see how care goes into every item on the menu. Take your pick from 24 draft beers and or handcrafted cocktails. And many of the pizzas can be made gluten-free or vegan. Mellow Mushroom is at 1604 in Stone Oak Parkway. Hang with friends, watch the game, and mellow out at Mellow Mushroom.
Join Smokers Paradise this Friday at the opening party, located at Southeast Military and Roosevelt. Free food, free drinks, and free goodie bags to the first 100 customers with minimum purchase. It's this Friday at the new Smokers Paradise at 1139 Southeast Military Drive.
This is Tim Spence, and you're listening to the home of the Cowboys, 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. Fun talking with Jimmy Walker, who could probably win if he registered a $50 gift card to Tri-County Meat Market.
I'm sure he could. I was looking on his Instagram.
Meat porn.
Yes, he's quite the cook.
Mm-hmm.
Said he's cooking dinner tonight. He's cooking steaks there in Dallas for him and his caddy. That's cool.
Yeah, if you've done some grilling, you're proud of your meat, upload those photos of what's on your grill at ESPNSA.com. Every Thursday, we judge that meat and give away a $50 gift card to Tri-County Meat Market. You know, it's interesting because I hear him talking about that. And, you know, I guess on the PGA Tour, you know, you're not staying at a hotel. You're Airbnb-ing.
Well, a lot of those guys are, yeah.
And trying to figure out, well, it's a grill I've never seen. Let's see what we can do with this. It reminded me of when he was talking about that. And when we go to Cowboys training camp in Oxnard, and we always have a bring your own steak night.
Yeah.
Although generally it's Rob over the grill, and then the dude never eats because, you know, he's been over a grill. But Rob will tell you he get his satisfaction is watching everybody else enjoy.
Well, that's kind of nice. That's kind of like your dad.
Yeah. Well,
go ahead and eat, kids.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I'll be okay.
Exactly.
Rob does a good job, and I'm fine with it. You know, go to the store, grab a good steak, and let Rob cook it up for you.
And again, when we travel, we have no idea what the grill setup is going to be.
Not at all. Not at all. You know, a lot of people, though, do that. Like for the Valero Texas Open.
Uh-huh.
Leave the house.
Well, sure.
Some of these guys, I mean, it's awesome.
Well, and again, when you think about, I mean, we do a lot of Airbnbs if it's big groups or we do with work, but I do tend to stay in a lot of hotels. Although I'm a little nervous about this one article when it comes to hotels. This happened in Nashville. Now, look,
I don't think you have anything to worry about, okay?
Well, I don't think the guy that checked into this hotel thought he had anything to worry about either. It's not like he had a wake-up call set, but a hotel employee, a dude,
he's a manager,
Nashville, he's a manager, went into this guy's room because I guess they have access to clone the key.
Yeah.
And this guy was sound asleep, but was awakened by the hotel manager sucking on his toes.
Yes. I haven't had a wake-up call in a long time, but is that what they're doing these days? Housekeeping.
Except for it was a guy and a guy's toes.
Wow. You know, I wonder. You wonder if that was like planned. The guy checks in. They go, "Woo, hey, you got some nice feet."
The guy's name, and he
oh, give the guy's name.
Well, yeah, it's a guy named Peter Brennan. He was at a Hilton in Nashville.
Okay.
And talked about his unexpected wake-up call.
Uh-huh.
The hotel's manager, let's see, his name is listed here too. David Neal, 52 years old. According to Brennan, the 52-year-old David Neal, based on the mugshot, looks like a guy with a foot fetish, whatever that means.
What does a guy with a foot fetish look like?
Well, I mean, Google the mugshot of 52-year-old David Neal, and it's right there. Quote, I was in Nashville for a work conference. I awoke to a gentleman, an employee of the Hilton, assaulting me. Instantly, I jumped up and was screaming, went into sort of fact-finding mode. Who are you? Why are you in my room? What are you doing here? Explained Brennan. He was wearing a uniform and his name tag on. He was talking to me, but not giving me any substantive answers.
What? It's hard to talk with toes in your mouth.
Well, I mean, who wakes up and says, I don't know what kind of work this Brennan guy does. I went into fact-finding mode. I would have gone into ass-kicking mode.
Exactly right. Those toes would have not been in his mouth, but up his behind.
Well, I mean, There's a picture of Mr. Neal.
Yeah.
It looks like a guy with a foot fetish.
Looks like he's got a sour taste in his mouth.
Quit being a wussy.
It's like,
dude. I mean, some headlines you just have to click on.
Yes.
Hotel manager arrested after guest woke up to him sucking on his toes.
Oh my
God! How do you not
gosh.
click on that? And it's everywhere. I mean, this story is on every reputable news site there is.
Wow. And that was at a
Hilton.
Okay.
I don't know what's stranger today, Mr. Neal, the toe sucker, or Robert De Niro is in the news today. He is 79 years old, and he just had his 7th child.
Medical science is a wonderful thing. Have you seen that movie Dirty Grandpa? It's hilarious.
Apparently, it's based on a true story.
I'm just saying it is hilarious. I think, but it's really like,
what streaming service is that on, Joe?
Don't watch it with the kids. That's all I'm saying. Zac Efron's in this thing, and
it's a real movie.
It's a real movie.
Oh, okay.
It's called Dirty Grandpa.
Oh, I hadn't heard. I just
you should watch it. It's funny as hell, but no kids.
Robert De Niro is 79. Was it his wife, girlfriend?
Well, I don't know.
I mean, how old is she? I mean, dude's 79 and
I hope she's not
still
79
creating kids. Well, I don't think she can.
Well, who knows?
I'm pretty sure she can't at this point.
Well, if you're Robert,
Sports Center.
on that all week.
This is The Blitz with Jason and Joe. KTFM, Floresville, and always at ESPNSA.com. San Antonio's Sports Center.
The Spurs have been sold.
Wow.
Well,
clickbait.
Some of their and Aramark sells half of their ownership stake in the Spurs for $100 million. The buyer has not been disclosed. Tonight is the Celtics and Sixers 6:30 tip-off. That series tied at 2. Suns Nuggets. That one also tied at 2, and tips at 9 o'clock. The Blitz continues right now.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the 3rd time in 7 seasons. The San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's The Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It is The Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. Got to get this guy's picture off my screen.
Yeah.
A lot of people commenting on the Kielbasa Smoke Meats phone line. 3919 text in. That's one hell of a turn down service.
Yeah, it sure is.
Somebody else commented on YouTube about Toe Jam.
Woo!
You can always be a part of the show. 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. You can tweet at Joe Reinagel 210. You can tweet at me at Jason Minix. And if you're watching on YouTube, you can always comment there. And if you are, make sure you subscribe to the San Antonio Sports Star YouTube channel.
Yes, please.
So Aramark has sold $100 million, half of their stake, whatever percentage that is, right? And I don't know the percentage that Aramark had, but half of what they owned was 100% or $100 million, right?
Right.
Half of what they owned would be 50%. Math is hard. But it was $100 million. So they have whatever their stake is worth is $200 million. I don't know what they bought in for. Hell, I mean, the Spurs have so many minority owners, but Aramark has the concession contract with the AT&T Center. I wonder how that plays in to them selling it all, although they still have a pretty substantial piece. If they sold half and that was worth $100 million, they still have $100 million in valuation in the Spurs ownership, right?
I'm more curious about who the hell bought that half.
Clearly it's Fred's Fish Fry.
Well, It could be.
It's not.
You don't know.
It's not. But I am curious,
Fred's
though.
slinging a lot of fish these days.
I still have never been. But
I haven't either.
I it's always the joke, right? The Fred Fish Fry Center. But I am curious, though, with the new naming rights, with that being for sale, if there's something in play here, or did Aramark just need a couple bucks because they clearly don't charge enough for the food at the arena that they needed an influx of cash?
Was it not Aramark who provided the food when it was the Alamo Dome? Because whoever did that there, and I don't know if it was Aramark or somebody else, but that food was terrific. And it's not quite the same at the AT&T Center.
Well, see, that's not fair. I think the AT&T Center does have good food.
Well, overall, I'm saying. I'm talking about,
you're talking about the free food in the media center? That kind of sucks.
Yeah, strictly.
No, I mean, it's hit or miss.
The AT&T Center has great stuff. They do.
Are you backpedaling now?
No.
I just said it wasn't as good.
I wanted to make sure that I made that distinction, the media food versus what the fans get.
So now you're saying, the media food, the meal that they provide at no charge, you're complaining about it?
Not at all. I'm just saying at the Alamo Dome when the Spurs were there,
you
always had a choice of hamburgers and hot dogs.
And
you didn't like the
and then some sort of main course.
Right.
Yeah, now they have salad bar.
Right. Now it's that's it.
Yes.
Eat that or nothing, which is fine because the price is right. I'm not complaining about that.
It sounds like you're complaining about free food.
Not at all. But I liked it when it was hamburgers and hot dog option. Plan B.
Well, now you can get
popcorn. The Spurs used to have a plan B. I'm hoping they still do.
Well, I mean, it was a nice segue, Joe. Not.
Okay.
Back to you bitching about free food. They're going to take that away because that Joe Reinagel.
No, I don't think.
Who didn't go last year to enjoy that free food.
They would just say, you know how many Spurs games I've been to in my life?
And I think that's a big part of it. When you're there all the time, 41 home games, what do you figure? And back when we had playoffs, we probably were 50 dinners outside of a year were there.
At least. Dude, I've been to more Spurs. And, then in the playoffs, I will give the Spurs a lot of credit for this.
Here we go.
Because a lot of teams charge for media meals.
Mm-hmm.
The Houston Rockets are one of them.
Mm-hmm. No, it's not expensive.
Well, it's $9.
But they were $9?
$9.
I thought it was $7. The Astros were $7 for a long time. But you had a lot of options. And that's the key. If you're paying for it, it was better. Because I love the free food at the AT&T Center. Tom James, if you're listening. Although there's been a couple of nights where I wasn't sure what was available, and I ended up at Whataburger or Taco Cabana.
I think Tom James is he's like a bigwig now.
He's not deciding on the menu.
No, I don't think so. He might be.
Although, I do think Aramark does still do the Alamo Dome, and they do a lot of stadiums, right?
I'm saying it was different then. You always had the hot dog hamburger option.
Inflation.
You didn't like the real deal.
Inflation. Although,
just saying.
I mean, those hot dogs and those burgers sitting in that water all that time.
Dude, they were delicious. Are you kidding me?
Delicious?
Yes.
That's a stretch.
No, they were good.
Well, COVID.
You don't eat a dirty water dog in New York? What's the difference? And you like those.
It was New York. All beef franks.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Not really.
They had nice fresh vegetables laid out there. It was delicious. Dude, you don't remember that?
Fresh veggies?
Fresh veggies.
Yeah, I never had those.
Tomatoes, lettuce, pickles, onions.
Oh, for the
hamburgers.
hamburger. Yeah.
I can see it now. Just going right up the row. All laid out nice and pretty.
Memories of the good old days.
Yes.
And now we're getting ready for next Tuesday. Now, next Tuesday is the draft lottery. Next Tuesday, we find out if this year was worth it. And we're going to be live out at the Roo Pub next week.
Yes, we are.
Next Tuesday. We're having a draft party.
Yeah.
A draft lottery party.
Draft lottery.
Now, the Roo Pub. Lloyd D is asking right now, when's your next remote? Next Tuesday. Lloyd, right now. Here's your invitation.
At the Roo Pub.
At the Roo Pub, 281 in Redland Road.
And you want to come early.
You want to come early. And if San Antonio ends up winning the lottery, you will win as well.
Yes.
If the number one pick is coming to San Antonio, the Roo Pub is going to clear out everybody's tab.
Right.
So you've got a 14% chance of having all your drinks and all your food at the Roo Pub paid for by the Roo Pub.
Right. So that's why you need to come early, because they'll cut it off after the lottery, right? Am I right?
Yeah.
Yes. So if you come out early about 3 o'clock, well, you can do some damage.
Well, but here's the thing, though. Don't order something you're not willing to pay for.
Well, that's true.
Pledge. So don't order something you're not willing to pay for.
Well, I mean,
because you only have a 14% chance of them picking up your
Wait a
tab.
minute, what? That's it?
That's it.
14%?
All of this crap work.
Wow.
For a 14% chance, which is the highest chance you can get for complete suckage.
True. Which Detroit and Houston both have as well.
That's right.
Yes.
But Wemby likes nice things, so he's not going to Detroit or Houston because they charge their media members to eat.
Well, that sucks. And
although I can only imagine with all the French media that's going to come back, they might start that too. Lloyd says, I work 2 to 10.
Lloyd, you're going to be sick on Tuesday then.
PTO, baby. PTO.
Yeah. No, but just be sick.
Isn't that still PTO?
No, it's not. You have sick leave, right? Do we?
No. we have a bucket of days off.
You know,
if you're sick, that comes out of your bucket. If you go to the Bahamas, that comes out of the same bucket.
You know, I found out I was not a very good negotiator.
What are you talking about?
PTO.
Oh, when you came to work over here?
Yes.
How many weeks, months did you have at Ken's TV when you retired at 25 years?
6.
And now you have 7 days. Congratulations.
No, I think I have more than that, actually.
No,
well, I just keep putting in and they keep getting approved. So I'm just going to keep doing that.
That's what I do. Although I think I don't even know how many hours I still have. I got to plan more vacations this summer. It's that time of year.
Yes.
We'll be at the Roo Pub from 3 to 7 and then stick around and watch the lottery.
Well, you got to do that. Yeah.
And we generally get there about 1:30 to eat.
You know, it's going to be interesting too that night because I mean, do you know how many the tension is going to be involved among Spurs fans and Piston fans and Rocket fans? Yeah. Who's got the worst odds? Pledge, do you know right off the top of your head?
What do you mean? To get Wemby?
Yeah, the lottery.
Oh,
of the lottery teams, who's got the worst?
Honestly, I think Mark Cuban.
Dallas.
Now,
see, that would be reason to cry if that happened to be.
Well,
New Orleans.
Has the worst.
That
Dallas
too.
is second.
0.5.
So you're saying there's a chance?
There is a chance. What do they have? One ball?
It's New Orleans, followed by Toronto, Oklahoma City, Chicago, then Dallas. And Dallas has 3% odds to get the top pick.
Yeah.
New Orleans is
which is much better
Lance
than
Armstrong entry.
0.5.
Good Lord.
Yeah, how would you like to be that guy, right? I mean, it's like anytime somebody says one ball, everybody thinks of Lance Armstrong.
Not just Joe Reinagel. I can't tell you the last time I thought of Lance Armstrong.
Well, I just did. I mean, 0.05's got to be one ball, right? I mean, seriously, one lottery ball.
We understand.
It can't be more than that. I wouldn't think. Like Dallas has actually got a 3% chance.
Yeah, Pledge just said that. Thanks for listening.
Well, I like to see it on the screen.
The dirty grandpa joke in there somewhere.
Dude, you need to see that movie. It's worth it.
Can they watch it in Utah?
Probably not.
Okay.
Yeah, I probably not. But De Niro's actually pretty good, and he's good.
De Niro's in the movie?
He's the dirty grandpa.
Well, he just had another child.
I know.
He's got grandchildren older than his children.
He probably does.
Good Lord. He's probably got great-grandchildren older than his newest baby. Let's talk about the Lonnie Walker game last night as we continue here on the Blitz. But first, let me tell you about my friends at Ancira Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, and Ram Truck, part of the Ancira Itonado complex. Very easy for me to tell you about and recommend Ancira because I am a long-time Ancira customer, and it's because of their great customer service before, during, and most importantly, after the sale. That great customer service is why Ancira has been a top family-run dealership in San Antonio for decades. And you know price made Ancira number one. Price keeps Ancira number one. So think Ancira. Ancira Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, and Ram Truck, part of the Ancira Itonado complex on I-10 West between Wurzbach and Huebner.
It's Hot Ticket Thursday. Every Thursday morning at 7:20 and afternoons at 5:20. It's your shot at the hottest tickets to the hottest events. It's Hot Ticket Thursday. Every Thursday morning at 7:20 and afternoons at 5:20. Only from 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health San Antonio will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 210-615-7777. That's 210-615-7777. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Missions Baseball is back tonight at Wolf Stadium. It's AARP $2 Tuesday, presented by San Antonio Sports Star. Gates open at 6 p.m. First pitch at 7:05. Go to SAMissions.com for tickets. We are San Antonio.
If you own a small business, you know the value of time. GetRefunds.com does too. That's why they've made it easy, no matter how busy you are, to apply for the Employee Retention Credit, or ERC. Go to GetRefunds.com to get started, and in less than 8 minutes, see if your business qualifies for ERC assistance. Your business may be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee kept on payroll during COVID-19. GetRefunds.com has already helped clients claim over $3 billion in payroll tax refunds through the ERC, and they may be able to help your business too. There's no upfront charge either. They don't get paid until your business gets its refund. Many businesses believe they won't qualify based on incomplete or outdated information. So don't let this opportunity pass you by, because this payroll tax refund is only available for a limited time. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Deep into the Himalayas, where I found the most enlightened person on earth. And I said, "What is the meaning of life?" They said back to me, "Do it at Mothers and Save." That's right. You're the most enlightened person on earth when you bring your vehicle to Mother's Window Tint. We have stereos on sale. We have car alarms on sale. We have window tint on sale. Oh, Mother's Window Tint. You can find us in Austin and San Antonio and on the web. Mother's Window Tint since 1984. We make your car go thump, thump, thump. Mother thump. Mother's Window Tint is located with 4 stores in San Antonio. So make sure you get to see us any Tuesday through Saturday, 9 to 6. Mother's Window Tint, your car stereo and auto security headquarters. Remember, do it at Mother's and Save.
Hey,
everyone, Michael Kielbasa here with Kielbasa Smoked Meats. Since 1949, we've made our sausage with real smoke and honest meat to create our uncompromising slow method to craft that famous mouth-watering kielbasa experience. I hope that when you see our product, you pick it up, take it home, and try it. And if it's not the best you've ever tasted, I'll give you your money back, guaranteed. Find Kielbasa Smoked Meats in a store near you today.
Listen to this station anytime, anywhere on Odyssey. Odyssey is your new audio home for all the music, news, sports, and podcasts that matter to you. Odyssey. That's AUDACY.
Tomorrow on R&R in the morning, the NFL starts leaving breadcrumbs of the upcoming NFL schedule and Phoenix, Denver, Boston, Sixers. What happened? We'll talk all about it. Now, back to the Blitz. Fellas, happy Tuesday. Have a great show.
Appreciate you, Rudy J. It is the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagle. I'm Jason Minix. That is Dave Grohl, who is coming to Austin. Did you see the ACL lineup that was announced today?
I did not. No, I missed that. Damn. You get alerts?
Yes.
Then why does that not surprise me?
Well, I mean, I think the whole world saw this today, but
the whole world didn't. I didn't see it.
Well, I mean, you think about last year's ACL when Red Hot Chili Peppers were the headliners. This year you got Kendrick Lamar, Foo Fighters, Mumford and Sons, Shania Twain, Alanis Morissette. I mean, tons of great bands all over the place.
Wow, that is pretty good.
It's so the mistake I made, because I got a text from my wife, hey, we need to go to this. So I go in and buy tickets during lunch today while you're up on stage with Sonny Dykes. Tickets went on sale at noon today, right? So, we're at the Pledge Allegiance at the San Antonio Quarterback Club, and I'm, trying to get in so I can get tickets right away. And I got weekend 2 tickets. I text my wife, hey, we get tickets. We're going to weekend 2. And we're supposed to be in.
So you already had plans to be somewhere else.
Well, apparently she did. I'm aware, but not aware. So I know I'm not going to whatever we were supposed to go to because we're going to Austin.
Well, I like that. I mean, and I mean this in all sincerity. Shania Twain be a great show.
Well, I didn't catch that Shania Twain's weekend 1 only, and I'm weekend 2.
Ah, okay.
I think that's what my wife was not happy about.
Well, maybe you should be. You got to be more. A little more research.
By the time I got through, weekend 1 wasn't available.
What, are they going to sell out that
2.
fast?
Yes.
Really?
That's how fast it goes.
Holy cow.
That's why you got to be at lunch and you get the notice and boom,
Bam.
boom,
Okay.
boom.
Well, don't we have a hookup?
Well, I will call John over at Awesome Tickets to see what I can do, and if I could switch with somebody.
Sure.
We'll make that happen. I need to call him anyway, and he might be listening right now. John, Blink 182 in Austin is on the radar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yes.
Blink 182.
Oh, you want to go too?
You see the Foo Fighters? I'd like to see Blink 182.
They're going to be in Austin.
That'd be good.
You want to go?
Well,
so do I need to tell John 6 tickets or 2?
Dude, I don't know what weekend it is, and I need
It
to make
doesn't
sure.
matter. You buy tickets and you figure it out later.
I thought you were talking about a band. Weekend 2. We're going to see Weekend 2.
No, the band. It's just the weekend.
Oh, all right. Well, there's a Weekend 2. Oh. Hey, what do they play?
By the way, ACL, you'll like this, Joe. Tanya Tucker's playing.
That'd be good.
She's still alive?
Sure.
Apparently, she's at the ACL.
Earl Campbell's wife at one time. Do you know that?
I did not.
Not Earl Campbell.
I was like, I didn't know that
Earl
either.
Campbell.
What famous Earl are you thinking of? Is it the one that Dixie Chick sang about?
Earl Campbell. Oh my gosh.
Who was Tanya Tucker married to?
Campbell. What's his name? Gee whiz.
A Campbell?
Yes.
He was married to. She was married to a Campbell.
Oh my gosh.
Glenn
Glenn
Campbell.
Not Earl. Not Earl.
Now Glenn Campbell, he was the
You were
Rhinestone
going with it,
Cowboy,
though,
right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. No, I
was
wasn't.
Earl Campbell say, "Oh, okay."
I was like, really? I did not know that. Breaking news on the Blitz.
Oh my goodness.
Jim O'Brien still the head coach of the Houston Texans. Man, what's in the name?
It's close enough.
Mm-hmm.
Woo. Glenn Campbell. But
are they still married?
No, Glenn's dead.
Oh.
So they might still be married, I guess. I don't know. How does that work?
Are you sure Glenn is dead?
I'm you 99.9%.
Because Earl Campbell's wife is online too. She would like a word.
I knew that Tanya Tucker was coming around the house too much. Tanya Tucker's got to be up there. I mean, she does, right?
Tanya Tucker. We got this Google box right here.
Yeah, we do.
And we could figure this out.
She's 64.
She's 64, according to Wikipedia.
Wow.
From Seminole, Texas.
Okay.
Let's see. Does it say who she was married to?
Glenn Campbell.
On her, was that the only one? Did she have multiples? What
Probably,
do you have going on here? Probably.
Hey, how long were Glenn Campbell and Tanya Tucker together? That's one of the questions. 14 months.
Wow.
Damn.
Till death do they part.
What's on line one here? This is a little strange. We've got two people that want to talk to Joe at the same time. All right. Justin and Natalia, you are on the Blitz.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Big fans, long-time listeners, first-time callers.
Appreciate it.
Jim Rome would be proud.
Hey, we listen to Rudy and Rob. Rudy and Rob in the morning, R&R in the morning, and then we get y'all when I pick her up from school. And Natty, say something.
Hi, me and my dad always listen to you listen to y'all when I come back from school.
Well, Natty, is it Natty or Natalia, or do they just call you Natty?
You can call me Natty.
Natty, thank you for listening. We appreciate it.
Natty, how old are you?
I'm 12.
You're
Awesome.
12. That is awesome.
Yes.
Justin, you're raising her right.
Yes, you are.
Yes.
I'm so happy you guys called in.
For listening. Oh, and you know what? Hey, I wanted to say with the coach from Milwaukee, he
Coach
got
Bud?
fired.
Budenholzer, yeah.
Coach Bud. I think he's probably the next best thing for the San Antonio Spurs if Coach Pop was to vacate his position. I mean, nobody else is groomed better than him. What do y'all think about that?
I think you had a great call until that last statement, Justin.
Natty, you come back on the line.
Yeah. I mean, Coach,
all right, guys.
Appreciate it,
Yeah,
Justin
guys,
and
thank you.
Natty. Absolutely.
Thank y'all for listening.
You know,
That's
it said
awesome.
on there they wanted a shout out to Joe, and so I thought they were going to give you some Tanya Tucker insights.
Well, I like the fact that, Natty listens.
Me too.
And so maybe at this time of day, we should,
think about a 12-year-old girl that's in the
keep
car.
it like G-rated or PG.
I think we always do.
We do.
We do.
Well, I mean, unless we're talking about Lance Armstrong.
Well, I mean, she's 12. She knows.
Okay.
But you were talking about the guy in the hotel with the
the guy
foot fetish.
getting his feet sucked on.
Yeah, it's not a good
We
thing.
get to suck on that all week.
See, it's all James Pledger.
It is.
It's all James Pledger.
Natty, thank you for listening. We'll be kind. Call in anytime.
Another wonderful Lonnie Walker segment on the Blitz. Shireen Williams from Pro Football Talk.
He was developed
will
well.
join us next to talk about the Cowboys. But first, injuries do happen. When they do, you can skip the ER and get straight to an Ortho Now Injury Clinic by TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine. Ortho Now provides walk-in care for injuries like broken bones, dislocations, sprains, strains, conveniently located in the Corey area with extended hours Monday through Saturday. They have on-site x-ray casting and bracing. Ortho Now has everything you need to treat your injury, but best of all, no urgent care or emergency room copay. So if you're injured, get to an Ortho Now injury clinic by TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine. They are online at tsaog.com.
San Antonio's Sports Center.
We've got some big league baseball coming up tonight. The Texas Rangers taking on the Seattle Mariners out on the West Coast. It all gets started at 8 o'clock right here on your home for Texas Rangers baseball 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. The Astros and Angels continue their series. First pitch from L.A. set for 8:38. And, of course, NBA basketball all over the place. Celtics, Sixers, Suns, Nuggets. The Blitz continues next.
Hello, I am Jason Thompson, a lawyer for us. Since 1994, I have helped people injured in car, truck, and motorcycle collisions right here in San Antonio. I don't have a clever nickname. I'm not the law lion, the law gun, the hammer, or some other tool. I'm a practicing attorney. When your life is upended literally by a negligent driver, it can be overwhelming. Dealing with insurance companies is, in my opinion, intentionally complicated and frustrating. Why? The fewer dollars the insurance companies pay, the more they get to keep for themselves. You need an experienced attorney to help you make the best decisions for yourself and your family. And that's what I do. That is who I am. Jason Thompson, a lawyer for us. I'm a phone call away, 210-900-0400. The call and the consultation are free with no obligations. My number again is 210-900-0400, or just remember, alawyerforus.com.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
At SimpliSafe, we know during a break-in, every second counts. So our home security system is powered by 24/7 professional monitoring aids only from SimpliSafe to capture video evidence and verify a threat for fast police response. Now install SimpliSafe your way. Do it yourself or have an expert set it up for you with new Pro Install. Get 20% off any new system with interactive monitoring at simplisafe.com/radio. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing and me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new place. Nothing is everything.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more. For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing and me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new place. Nothing is everything.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Ribs, burgers, chicken. Submit what you grilled or smoked, and you could win a $50 gift card from Tri-County Meat Market.
So good and tasty?
Grilling with the Blitz. Joe Reinagel, Jason Minix, The Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It is The Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. Talk some Cowboys football. The great Shireen Williams from Pro Football Talk joining us now on the Buyers Barricades guest line. Shireen, interesting conversations, with CD and Dak down in Miami at the race over the weekend, and some comments from DallasCowboys.com from CD Lamb, which I want to say you kind of expect, but the fact that CD was talking about how great it is to have another veteran wide receiver in the room. I mean, I know he said it. How much do you think he's actually buying into that?
I think they're all buying into it. It's the off season and everything's going swimmingly so far, which is what the Cowboys had hoped when they traded for Brandon Cooks. I made the joke on our PFT text string the other day that they flirted so much with Brandon Cooks this offseason, they just need to get married. And they have. It's been bouquets and sunshine and rainbows and flowers and all those things so far. So I think it's going good, and I think that's what the Cowboys had hoped when they traded for Brandon Cooks, that this would all work out. And, Dak's praised him and CD's praised him, and he's praised Dak and he's praised CD and everything else. So everything's going really well regarding that trade so far. We'll see what happens once they get to the season, but I expect this to work out great for the Cowboys.
Yeah, I think it should. And, this is a time of year where everything is rosy and, we're all Super Bowl talk and all that good stuff and everybody's friends. So that's good news. Cowboys still have some holes to fill, Shireen, and we've talked a little bit about this, but it still seems more and more like there's just nothing out there running back wise. And that just leads you back to Zeke Elliott. Jason and I talk about it all the time. I think it's a bad idea. How do you feel?
Yeah, they do need a running back. There's no question about that. And how they're going to come up with one at this point, I don't know. I don't know what they're playing at this point. I don't like the options they have behind Tony Pollard, who is obviously coming off that injury. And I think he'll be fine. I'm not concerned really with that injury going into the season. But, my point is, if he gets hurt again, like, your options to me are very limited behind him. Ronald Jones is not the answer. There's a reason he was inactive for most of the games last season for the Chiefs. He doesn't play special teams, which is what you need your third running back to do. So you're going to have him as your second running back. I mean, I like Malik Davis from what I saw of him briefly last season than I do Ronald Jones. Ronald Jones had a hard time holding on to the football in Tampa. He's now on his, third team in 3 years. So I don't like their options behind them. Do I think they're going to bring back Ezekiel Elliott? I think they probably would have already done that if they were going to do that. But maybe they're running out of options. Maybe they have something in mind. I don't know. And maybe we'll find out that over the next week or two. But I think it's getting to the point now where you need to figure out what your backup running back situation looks like. And I think it's a big mistake if this is what they're going with into the season. I just think they need a better option back there behind Tony Pollard, just in case.
Well, and that's it. Shireen Williams from Pro Football Talk joining us here on the Blitz. I know the Dallas Morning News has a projected 2 deep out right now that they have today. And for running back, it's Pollard and Jones. And I don't even think Ronald Jones makes the opening day roster. I was a little surprised the Morning News didn't go with a Malik Davis or a Deuce Vaughn. But I was going to ask you, and, I think you just answered, with Zeke not having a job yet, whether it's in Dallas or somewhere else, is there something on the NFL calendar from a contract stipulation side? If he's a post-June 1 cut, can he not officially go to another team until June 2nd or June 1st?
No, he had signed right now. He signed right when he got cut, and he just hasn't. And what I think that says is he hasn't gotten an offer that he likes, and he may just be waiting until a team has an injury to sign him. And I'm sure the Cowboys aren't offering anything much more than the minimum. If they're offering anything, I don't know that they are. And, you mentioned Deuce Vaughn, those guys, he and Malik Davis, what concerns me most is their blocking skills in pass pro. And third downs, you're not going to be able to use them as blockers. I don't think Malik Davis is just too green, I think, at doing it, that you're not going to trust him. And then Deuce Vaughn, just his size, I think, prohibits you from doing that. So that leaves you with Ronald Jones as your number 2 back, and that would scare me a great deal. The running isn't really the problem as much as the blocking is, I think, at that position for the Cowboys. So I don't know what they do at this point, but Zeke doesn't have a job. He's still out there, and I guess that would be a plan for the Cowboys. To me, if you get him back for the minimum, I absolutely would sign him with the minimum and some incentives in there. Hey, if you do this, that, or the other, you make so much. And maybe he makes it and maybe he doesn't, but you're giving him the minimum salary. Now, whether he's going to sign for that, I don't know, but he may be without a job if he doesn't sign for that. It's obvious that nobody has come up with a contract to his liking, or he already would have been signed. I don't know that he's got any offers, period, much less a lowball offer.
That's I guess a low ball offer is better than a no offer. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
That may be what he has to settle for is a lowball offer with a lot of incentives in the contract. If you start whatever, if you rush for this many, this many yards, if you score this many touchdowns, if you all those things that we know are incentives, playtime incentives, all of that sort of stuff. I would do that. I would heavy load that with incentives and give him the minimum salary and be quite happy with that.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. And let's switch gears to quarterback. Should we read anything into the fact that there's been no movement, at least that we know of, on an extension for Dak Prescott?
No, I don't think so. But, I do think that they need to start talking to him sooner than later. I mean, they could have gotten him for that $30 million a year range if they had done it 2 years earlier than what they did it. Now they've been in a position now where they would have already been on a third contract, but they waited too long, and people within the organization will tell you that they waited too long to do that last deal. They can't wait that long this time. They need to start negotiating sooner than later, whether that means this week or next week or a month from now or whatever. I just think they need to get this deal done because it's only going to go up. And it doesn't matter. People say, oh, he's not worth that. You're worth what somebody pays you. And the quarterback market is what the quarterback market is. And it's going to continue to go up. We have all these guys lined up to get extensions now. The Joe Burrow, you know who they are, the Joe Burrows, all those guys. They're lined up to get extensions. So it's going to keep climbing. These numbers are. So the sooner they do it, the less they're going to have to pay Dak now and in the long term. So I would suggest they go ahead and get that done. But they feel like they have time to do this. This isn't pressing, but the sooner they do it, the less money they're going to have to pay Dak over the long term.
And as you say that, Shireen, and it's interesting because if they don't do it this offseason, that would be a message at least to the fans and media and maybe to Dak that prove it this year and then we'll sign you. But it's going to cost them so much more, and everything that you hear from Jerry or Steven or Mike McCarthy is he's the guy for the foreseeable future, several years down the road. On Pro Football Talk today, there's a headline, expect Patrick Mahomes to again be the highest paid player in league history before week 1. Is a Mahomes deal going to factor in at all to what a Joe Burrow gets or even a Dak Prescott, or has he just put himself in kind of like Deshaun Watson? That's kind of an outlier deal because whatever you pay him, it's still probably going to be considered undervalued.
Yeah, I think any quarterback deal that gets done, even Patrick Mahomes is going to factor in. Now, those guys can't go in and say, hey, he deserves more than Patrick Mahomes. Everyone in the world knows that's not true, but that gives you a ceiling, right? And you're going to come in underneath whatever Patrick Mahomes makes. So, again, you really want to get that deal done before Patrick Mahomes signs, before Joe Burrow signs, before some of these other guys sign, because once they sign, that price is going to go up, and you are going to base it on Patrick Mahomes as the ceiling. Let's come in just under Patrick Mahomes, and that's going to be way more than I'm sure what the Cowboys want to pay. It always is. But if they want to keep Dak Prescott, that's what they need to do. If they've decided that he's their guy they can win a Super Bowl with, and I think they have, then get it done. Go get this thing done.
You know, Shireen, do you think with the Lamar Jackson contract signed and it was not the guaranteed money or nowhere near actually what Deshaun Watson made, do you think that whole Deshaun Watson, that the owners have put that in the rearview mirror and made it clear that that's an outlier and we're not going there?
Yeah, I think it has to be really special circumstances for that to get done. And I think the Lamar Jackson deal proved that. It was a unique set of circumstances that got Deshaun Watson the fully guaranteed deal. He wasn't going to go to Cleveland without that. They wanted him as the only way for them to get the deal done, and that's what they offered. And that's how it got done. And I don't think we're going to see that anytime soon, and especially not in the quarterback deals that we have coming down now. Now, Mahomes' deal overall could have more guaranteed money in it than what Deshaun Watson got. But I don't think that it will be a fully guaranteed deal. And if you were going to do a fully guaranteed deal, who else should get that fully guaranteed deal than Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah.
He's done more right now as the current quarterback among active quarterbacks. He's done more than any other player in the NFL. So he should be the guy to get that. If we don't see that from him, and I don't expect that we will, then I don't think anybody else can go in and say, hey, I need a fully guaranteed deal. No, you don't, because Patrick Mahomes didn't get a fully guaranteed deal, and neither did Lamar Jackson, and neither did Aaron Rodgers, and neither did whoever.
Shireen Williams from Pro Football Talk. Before we let you go, Shireen, Thursday night the schedule gets released. We'll get some, early games. I don't know, leaked. They're telling us they're going to announce some of these, like the Black Friday game and some stuff. Tomorrow, how many primetime games do you anticipate the Dallas Cowboys being in?
Well, they always are at or near the max. With the max is 7, so I think we'll probably see them in 5 or 6 primetime games, and they'll leave some movement there for them to get flexed into some of those other spots. But they're going to be near that max of primetime games. I'm really interested in that Thanksgiving Day game, and really interested to see if it's going to be the Jets. That would be fun to see Aaron Rodgers AT&T Stadium on Thanksgiving Day. That'd be a really fun game, and I think he'd set all kinds of ratings records.
No doubt about it. That'd be fun. Whenever that game is, Shireen, it's going to be fun.
Absolutely.
I'm kind of hoping for a Sunday because Aaron Rodgers has ruined enough Sundays for Cowboy fans. He doesn't need to ruin a good Thursday. And no matter when Aaron Rodgers is there, it's going to be a crazy ratings day.
Yeah, no question about that. It could be season opener. It could be week 10. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't matter. It's going to be a ratings bonanza for that game.
I need a cupcake on Thanksgiving for the Cowboys. Shireen, always enjoy it. We'll talk to you next week. Make sure you follow Shireen on Twitter at NFL Shireen. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it. Shireen Williams on the Buyers Barricades guest line. Buyers Barricades provides traffic control, rental, and sales for San Antonio and beyond. They are online at buyersbarricades.com. We'll get into some basketball coming up.
Yay. I've got a few things to say about that.
Lonnie Walker.
Yes.
He had an incredible 12 minutes last night.
Has nothing to do with Lonnie Walker. A lot to do with the other news that came out today. And some kid named Derek White making the all-defensive team after he was developed right here in San Antonio.
Can we play the Eagles song, Get Over It? If you're having issues at your house with your plumbing, your heating, your AC, there is one company to call, and that is Quartermoon Plumbing, Heating, and AC. 210-651-5899. 651-5899. At Quartermoon, they are experts at worst-case scenarios. Big job, small job, residential or commercial. Their service trucks are fully stocked, and they have all the equipment needed for any job. At Quartermoon, they do not have commissioned sales reps. They'll provide estimates and second opinions, and they have a great experienced staff that has earned an A-plus ranking with the Better Business Bureau. 210-651-5899 or online at quartermoonplumbing.com.
It's R&R in the morning. Tomorrow at 6.
Tomorrow on R&R in the morning, Boston and the Sixers, Denver and the Suns, 2 Game 5s. We break it all down.
Is Jock Landale headed to the Hall of Fame? Does Lonnie Walker continue his run? We'll talk about it all. The party starts at 6.
R&R in the Morning, tomorrow at 6 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Improve visibility and save $8 instantly when you pick up a pair of Bosch Icon wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Bosch Icon premium blades can help you see better and drive safer. And our professional parts people will install them for you for free. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At Lowe's, we're always bringing pros more ways to save on the brands you trust. Right now, buy a DeWalt 9-gallon corded shop vacuum with accessories at a new low price of $99. Plus, as an MVP's member, earn 3 bonus points per dollar when you buy select concrete mix. You can then redeem for rewards. Because Lowe's knows savings, Lowe's knows pros. While supplies last, discount taken at time of purchase. See associate for details. Valid through 5/17. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Valid through 6/2. Subject to change.
Red Hot Chili Peppers, live in San Antonio. Anthony, Chad, Flea, and John, live on stage. With very special guests, The Strokes and Thundercat. Red Hot Chili Peppers, Alamo Dome, May 17th. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. For more, visit RedHotChiliPeppers.com.
We all have that friend who wakes up early to go get everyone McDonald's breakfast, while the rest of us sleep in. This is your sign to thank them. And if you're that friend, this is us saying thank you.
Having McDonald's breakfast is delicious. Having someone else get you McDonald's breakfast is delicious-er. Right now, get a big breakfast with hotcakes for just $4.99, only at McDonald's. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
I was in a terrible car accident. I suffered a traumatic brain injury and also injured my spine. My daughter-in-law called Jeff Davis. After expenses and attorney fees, I received $86,559. I want everyone in San Antonio to know Jeff was here for me.
I'm Jeff Davis. If you were injured by a car or large truck, call me at my San Antonio office at 444-4444. That's 444-4444. There's only one number to remember, and that's 4.
Today is the day. Today is the day you empty your garage and closets of your old tech. Today is the day you hang up on that dial-up modem. Today is the day you tell that old GPS to get lost. Because while Staples recycles old tech for free each and every day, today, during Staples' free tech take-back, rewards members get $10 in Staples rewards when they recycle their tech. Cut the cord on your old tech and recycle it at Staples. N617. Limit 1 reward per month. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/recycling for details.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The XFL Championship game is here. In a league of dreams and opportunities, there's only one chance to be a champion. The road to the XFL Championship ends in San Antonio. The best of the North versus the best of the South. The DC Defenders versus the Arlington Renegades. Who will emerge the winner? The 2023 XFL Championship game, Saturday, May 13th at 7 p.m. at the Alamo Dome in San Antonio. Defenders versus Renegades. XFL history will be made. Tickets are on sale now, starting at $25. Visit xfl.com/tickets.
The NFL is on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. You just heard a commercial about the XFL Championship game coming to the Alamo Dome on Saturday night. We've got some tickets that we'll give away right now. How about a family 4-pack of tickets?
Nice.
To go see the Arlington Renegades against the DC Defenders. 7 o'clock in the Dome. Tickets are available at XFL.com, or you get a free family 4-pack if you're caller number 12 right now. 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776.
Would it be blasphemy if we rooted for Bob Stoops?
Great question.
I'm just asking for a friend.
You don't want to root for DC?
No, not really. I mean, I'd rather for
a Texas team.
Arlington.
Yeah, they're Texas.
Right. So that's Bob Stoops' team. Was public enemy number one when he was head coach of the Oklahoma Sooners.
Yeah, but he was nice when he was on with us yesterday on the Blitz. If you missed that, it's available at ESPNSA.com in the audio vote powered by AA Best Bail Bonds. I look at the Arlington team has a bunch of former San Antonio Commanders on it. So if you're looking for a reason not Bob Stoops related, there's a lot of former San Antonio Commanders that play for the Arlington Renegades.
I'm cheering for big game Bob. It's a big game.
Mm-hmm.
Like to see Bob win it.
I wouldn't put money on that bet. Just saying.
DC's pretty good.
DC's good, and Arlington's lucky to be there. Let's do our injury update powered by the Sports Institute at TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine. They are online at tsaog.com. Dr. Christian Balden joining us now on the Buyers Barricades guest line. Dr. Balden, I kind of a random thing came up the other day. Emmitt Smith was talking about the running back situation with the Cowboys and saying that they need to bring Zeke back. And one of his reasons was we just don't know if Tony Pollard is going to be able to return to form. Now, when he broke his leg against San Francisco, it was a clean break, no ligaments, none of that kind of stuff. And everybody said at the time he would be good as new. But Emmitt said that. Now I'm wondering, should there be concern that a broken leg could change the running style or the impact that Tony Pollard has?
Well, unless he knows something that we don't, I don't foresee that. I think Tony Pollard's going to have an ability to come back and be just as explosive and successful running the ball like he was this past season. So, I don't see why exactly he would say that unless he knows some information that we maybe don't.
I think maybe he's trying to get a contract, Doc.
Or help his buddy Zeke out.
Or maybe help his buddy Zeke out.
But like with Pollard, he won't lose any speed when he comes back, right? He'll be able to regain that burst.
As long as everything heals the way it should, and he's able to do the rehab appropriately, he should be able to get back pretty darn close to where he was last season. So I don't in speed. It'll take him a while, obviously, to get going once he has the full release to start doing his explosive training again. But hopefully he'll get back to 100%.
Speaking of getting back to 100%, let's switch to baseball. Jose Altuve fractured his thumb over the summer and is yet to play this year. Says he's getting close. But when you're talking about a fractured thumb, obviously for a baseball player especially, it seems to be a problem, is it not?
Yeah, obviously it has a lot to do with your grip strength and your ability to hold the bat and hold the ball and get back into the normal mechanics that he's used to. So, I would suspect that he would come back and have a pretty darn successful season whenever he starts playing. But, it's always tricky. Because you have a thumb fracture doesn't necessarily mean it's a simple break. It could be along with some ligamentous injury that we don't have details to. But, hopefully he'll come back and be just the same good old player that he has been.
Yeah, and the Astros could certainly use him at this point, although they are losing Luis Garcia, pitcher, Tommy John. So done for the year and probably most of next?
More than likely, it seems like they're getting back a little bit quicker year after year here, but it's for the most part at least a year. Used to be closer to a year and a half. But I would bet on a minimum of a year, and then a couple of months after that, they'll slowly start working them back in, I would imagine. But I'd plan on a minimum of a year.
Yeah, Doc. In layman's terms, if you don't mind, what exactly happens during Tommy John surgery?
Yeah, so Tommy John surgery is really a reconstruction of the inside ligament on the elbow. So if you hold your palm out straight in front of you, you can, on the thumb side, that's considered the outside part of the elbow. And then on the pinky side, that's the inside part if you're looking at your palm. And it's the inside ligament there in the elbow that tears, and that's what gets reconstructed, meaning you actually replace it with usually a small tendon that you take from, and then you tension it appropriately, and it takes a long time for that to mature and heal in, and obviously to get the strength and the movement back in the arm. So it's a pretty technical surgery, and it certainly takes a long time to rehab from.
Well, and you look at, especially with pitchers, like, a position player that has it, can come back and DH and play. And we just saw that recently in Major League Baseball. Was it like 6 months? And but the pitcher with the torque and the amount of usage on that arm is why that recovery is always so much longer.
Yes, dramatic difference in mechanics on a pitcher's elbow versus somebody who's playing in the outfield and just throwing the ball in. Dramatic difference on the physics on that elbow and the torque, as you say. If you look at videos and they're easily YouTubeable of a pitcher in a slow motion fashion, I mean, the amount of torque that goes through that elbow is pretty remarkable that we don't have significantly higher rate of injury than we already do. It just takes a long time for that new ligament to mature and be able to withstand the forces that it's supposed to withstand during those pitches.
Dr. Christian Baldwin, always appreciate the knowledge and the insight. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, sounds good, guys. Have a good night.
Appreciate it. The injury update powered by the Sports Institute at TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine. They are online at tsaog.com. Dr. Baldwin joining us on the Buyers Barricades guest line. And for the Astros, Jose Altuve, he needs to come back soon.
I agree. They've struggled. Look, it's so early. I mean, it really is. Even if you've struggled a little bit, and they're hovering right around 500. So they're going to be okay.
The interesting part is, I mean, you look at the Astros right now, fourth, but only 4.5 back of the Texas Rangers, and it's crazy because the Rangers are off to such a hot start. Yet they're only 4.5 up on the Astros. The Angels are right there. That's a surprise. And the Seattle Mariners, they're doing all right.
They're doing okay.
They're doing play. Yeah, a kid named Bryce Miller from New Braunfels. He's had an incredible couple first 2 starts with the Seattle Mariners.
Of the year.
I'm looking for your Cardinals in the stand. Oh, there they are in the basement.
Yeah, they're dead last at the moment in the Central Division, but that's okay.
Well, I believe the 12 total wins is last in all of the National League.
Well, it is, but did I mention they've won 2 in a row?
I mean, they've got 4 more wins than the Oakland A's.
Of course. Who, by the way, have just reached a deal with Vegas.
Yeah.
$1.5 billion.
Mm-hmm. Look, I know Orlando's trying to get a team, and Portland is trying to get a team. Ron Nuremberg, haven't heard San Antonio mentioned in a while. Just saying.
He just got reelected, too.
He did.
Yeah.
He did.
Nothing to worry about. Time to get to work.
Time to get to work. Get us a team. Get us a sports center.
This is San Antonio Sports Star, KTFM, Floresville, and always at ESPNSA.com. San Antonio's Sports Center.
Yeah, we just talked about it, but the Oakland Athletics have reached a deal on a $1.5 billion stadium at the Tropicana site. Used to be the old Tropicana Hotel there in Las Vegas. Aramark has sold half of their ownership stake in the Spurs for $100 million. The buyer, however, has not been disclosed. Celtics Sixers tonight, 6:30. That series tied at 2. Suns Nuggets tips at 9 o'clock.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the 3rd time in 7 seasons. The San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minutes.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. James Pledger producing. You can always be a part of the show. The Kia Bosses Smoke Meats phone lines. You can call or text 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. On Twitter, he's at Joe Reinagel 210. You can tweet at me at Jason Minix. And if you're watching on YouTube, you can always comment there as well.
You can. If you want to get your voice heard, it's easy to do.
It is.
It's easy to do.
Very easy.
So many ways. And we've heard from a lot of you today. Some of you nice, some of you not so nice.
Well, see, Joe counts as you not nice.
If you agree with Jason.
Or disagree with Joe. See, here's the beautiful thing about sports. We were at a luncheon today, and I was saying this to a guy that was sitting with us at lunch. Sports, you can disagree and still like each other.
Yes.
And that's the way it should be in life. But, other areas, if you disagree, that means I must hate you.
Yes.
And that's not the case when it comes to sports. We can disagree.
Well, that's the beauty. You're right. It's the beauty of sports and the debate.
And still be friends.
The debate is part of the fun,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because I'm going to feel the way I am. Pledge is going to call me a knucklehead. You're going to call me an idiot. And I'm going to do the same right back at y'all.
And the listeners are going to say, "Get off my lawn, Joe."
And they're going to say that. And that's
get off my lawn.
And that's perfectly okay. The good news is, if you have an opinion, stay with it. Don't flip-flop.
Well, I think you can educate yourself and
you can
come to a different conclusion. It's when in a 8-minute segment, you can flip-flop.
You shouldn't, though. I mean, if you've got an opinion, you should probably stick with it. If you had that opinion. Now, look, if somebody tells you something and it's a fact and you're like,
oh, new information.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, I get that.
That's, or a different outlook. Or,
sure.
There's lots of things like that. As we get into the headline blitz.
Is Jason and Joe's headline blitz. Two guys, two opinions, never enough time.
I'm just going to like this match and go down the hall. So the All-NBA defensive teams were announced today.
Yes, they were.
There was no San Antonio Spur anywhere to be found.
Well, they didn't play any defense. You have to play some defense to be included on that list.
Well, why don't we have, because there's awards now for everything in the NBA, because we got like the teammate award coming up, and we've already had Mr. Clutch and Mr. Hustle and all these, Mr. Good Guy, and I don't know. Why don't we come up with the All-NBA lack of defense team?
I think that'd be
because
great.
That would be a lot of fun to figure out.
Well, the Spurs would have won that in a landslide.
Well, I think there's a lot of guys in the NBA, superstars, that don't play defense.
Are you talking about individual awards? I thought you meant teams. Okay.
Yeah. Well,
all right.
I mean, the Spurs this year opted not to play defense in an effort to lose a lot of games.
That could have been an all Spurs team.
Well, it could have been, but as I like the match, you go through who makes the all defensive team. A little surprised Giannis doesn't make it, to be quite honest.
Yeah, he was surprised too, by the way.
Although a couple of his teammates made it, Brook Lopez and Drew Holiday, they make the first team. But Derek White makes second team all defense.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, Joe Reinagle sees that. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you saw that and you acted like you had a hemorrhoid or something. It really bothered you.
What does bother me? What I hate to see is the fact that Derek White was drafted by the Spurs.
Mm-hmm.
He was developed right here in good old San Antonio.
Yes.
And now the fruits of that labor are being shown in Boston.
Uh-huh.
That bothers me. Doesn't bother you?
Well, he was traded. Right?
Okay, duh.
He was traded.
Thank you, Jason. I didn't know that.
Well,
I thought he just walked to Boston himself and decided to play there.
Well, he probably took a plane. But again, though, he was traded. So what bothers Joe, Captain Obvious, is the Spurs drafted a lot of players that they have since traded in an effort to lose a whole bunch of games to try to get Wemby, which we'll find out Tuesday, a week from today, if that is actually going to happen.
The problem, though, is at some point in time, because I've been told on this show many times that the only way to rebuild is to blow it to the ground and rebuild through the draft.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Derek White, DeJounte Murray, Lonnie Walker, all gone.
Mm-hmm.
They were drafted by the Spurs.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just wondering, so how long do you give said draftees to improve their game and get better before you trade them away and other teams see the benefits of the development that we do here in San Antonio?
You know, I mean, I know where you're going with that. Derek White played 5 years in San Antonio. And he played well. He
Got a big contract.
He was a good player in San Antonio.
Yes.
A bit of a role player. Now,
a role player. Okay.
I mean,
I can go. I'll give you that.
You know, especially in the first couple of years, right? Probably would know. I mean, you look at the last several years for San Antonio, and this was the worst of a couple of not living the San Antonio standard type years. And you know, when they traded him, you know, they're trying to get draft picks in return, right? The commodity. And I know you love draft picks. You love having all those draft picks. What all did the Spurs get for Derek White? Do you remember?
It was 2 first-round draft picks.
2 first-round draft picks.
First-round.
One of them was Malachi Branham.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the jury's still out on him.
I thought he played pretty well.
Yeah, he
did.
I mean, to be quite honest, I know Jeremy Sohan made the all-rookie team, but I second team,
which is a joke.
But I really like Malachi Branham, and the time that he got in San Antonio, I think you got something there to work with, something to develop. But,
perhaps.
But again, what you don't like, and I get it, when you see former Spurs doing well in other places.
I don't like it. Does anybody like that?
Well, I mean, you know, we can all be jilted lovers, right? And I get that.
Well, we weren't jilted lovers. We were push you out of bed people and go over to that other one. We weren't jilted. Pop kicked them out of bed.
As Spurs fans, watching them in another uniform, you're acting like a jilted lover.
Look, where I'm confused and frustrated, and I'll be honest with you, I get what they're doing here with the whole Wemby thing. Everybody's going after Wemby. The Spurs have an opportunity to get him, right? They do. And I hope it works out. I really do. But at some point in time, if you're going to rebuild a team, you have to rebuild with draft picks and veteran players. So if you've got these draft picks who you have developed for 5 years, say Eric White, and you trade them away, I mean, and you do that because why?
Well, as I look at this article from my birthday, February 10th, 2022, the Celtics have agreed to send guards Josh Richardson and Romeo Langford and a top 4 protected 22 first round pick to the Spurs for Derek White.
Okay.
Right. And at the time, all right, so you get an expiring deal, you get a young player, and you get a pick. That's what they were trying to do while setting up to do this, right? It's part of a big old plan that we don't have all the details to, so you can only make educated guesses on what they are trying to do, because the Spurs, just like every other team, they're not going to tell you exactly what their plan is or who they like. But there was a trade that they could have. They saw value in it. They made the trade. And
Josh Richardson's gone.
That was the expiring part of the deal.
And Romeo Langford, who knows?
Yeah.
We don't know.
We don't know.
I mean, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't he a lottery pick? I mean, he was a high draft pick.
Yeah.
Hasn't quite worked out.
Overall.
Hasn't quite worked out, has he?
Well, therein lies problems with the draft.
I just don't understand. If you're going to build, if you're going to tell me that you're building through the draft, then build through the draft. Don't develop players and then trade them away. That's my point. And to me, that makes perfect sense. And if you're going to develop them and then trade them away for more draft picks of guys you have to draft and then develop, tell me how that makes any sense.
Well, from a budgeting standpoint, the longer that draft pick that you drafted, in Derek White's case, 5 years, he's already got one big contract. You're not going anywhere. You're not going to win a championship in the foreseeable future. Let him go for a chance to go win somewhere. So I think they do him a favor by sending him to Boston. And last year he struggled in Boston. This year he has found his footing. He's turned into a better player in Boston than he was in San Antonio.
It seems to me, and this is my take, that those draft picks were completely wasted.
Malachi Branham.
I don't know what Malachi Branham's going to do.
Uh-huh.
I mean, who knows? You don't have a clue. I mean, you sound like Michael Jimenez. Malachi Branham's the next coming of Michael Jordan.
Nobody said that,
dude.
Well, if Jimenez did from noon to 3, I might. Okay, but I'm not saying that.
Malachi Branham has proven nothing.
He's a good young piece, and you want to see how it's going to develop.
He might be.
Do you buy? You invest money in the stock market,
that
right?
has nothing to do with this.
Well,
that's apples and oranges.
You
completely.
take risk, you buy, you sell,
It's apples and oranges. It's completely different. Look, at some point in time, if you're going to rebuild. And if your whole thing is you want Wemby, and that's who you're going with, and that's who you think you have to rebuild, then I hope it works out. But if that doesn't work out, if somebody else gets Wemby, what's plan B?
That's what we don't know, and that's what's frustrating. And the Spurs aren't going to tell us.
Well, then they've got to develop their draft picks and keep them. You can't develop people, and when it gets too expensive, just send them off for more draft picks that you have to develop, pay them, send them off. I mean, it's like insanity. I mean, at some point in time, you got to say, hey, this is a group we're going to go with. Now, maybe that's Devin Vassell, Keldon Johnson.
So let me ask
Jeremy Sohan. Maybe that's it.
Let me ask you this. Now, it's been a couple more years than Derek White's 5 in San Antonio. You are ready for the Cowboys to figure out what is going to happen with Dak and move on. And if you were the GM of the Cowboys, you would have already moved on. Is that a fair statement?
From Dak?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So the Cowboys believe in Dak and believe he can be the guy that can get them there. And they don't really have an alternative at quarterback position.
And that's their fault.
And that is their fault. So from the Spurs standpoint, 4 or 5 years, you're mad when they move on from them, when they've decided in that office that these aren't the guys that are going to help us become a championship team again.
The problem is with that scenario that you're painting there, the problem with that, Dak has had some pretty good teams.
He has.
And he hasn't succeeded because I've heard in too many times, 12-win seasons, twice in a row. You got to have some pretty good players to do that. They expected to win a championship.
Yes.
Dak didn't get it done. White, for example, was on a team with some stars. He was counted on to do it. Then you get rid of him. I understand that. So there's a difference in what you're talking about. It doesn't make any sense, the comparisons.
Well, I mean, you're trying not to make it make sense because you want the Cowboys to move on from a player quickly, and you're mad that the Spurs decided
8 years.
Well,
quickly.
All right, 5 years. I mean, I just look at it. The Spurs made their decisions. We know what the plan is. You don't like it when you see those guys that they have traded away having success somewhere else because you think that would be successful here. But if they stayed here, the Spurs might have won more than 30 games this year, which would have lowered their chances of getting Wemby, which is the ultimate goal.
Well, I hope that goal pays off. That's all I can say.
I think we all do.
I hope it pays off. If it doesn't, I'm going to be excited and anxious to see
Plan B. But getting rid of some of the good players to suck to try to get Wemby is the plan.
That is the most backward, ridiculous plan I've ever heard of in my entire life. And again, professional sports.
Welcome to the lottery system.
Professional sports in all its glory in the NBA, rewarding.
Whoa. Hang on. What happened? The New Jersey Devils Carolina game started. I've not been purposefully watching just so I don't get distracted. And they're up 1-0 2 minutes into this game.
And nobody cares.
Oh, I do.
Well, good. Why don't you leave? I'll do the rest of the show.
Can I?
We'll be just fine.
Can I?
Yes. And come when you make sense.
210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. If you want to dial up or text the Kia Bossa Smoke Meats phone lines, it's easy to do. And speaking of Kia Bossa, if you're looking for authentic sausage, the kind you could find in butcher shops back in the old days, then Kia Bossa smoked sausage is what you've been looking for. You see, Kia Bossa makes their legendary smoked sausage in small 150-pound batches with only fresh, high-quality ingredients, never frozen meat. They never add fillers or chemicals that you can't pronounce. Then it is smoked over real hardwood. Real smoke, honest meat, slow crafted. What they say is in their products is exactly what is in there. That is what Kielbasa means by honest meat. They're proud their ingredient list is short, straightforward, and doesn't require a PhD in chemistry to translate, because the only way they can guarantee Kielbasa is the best sausage you've ever eaten is by using only real hardwood with their uncompromising slow-crafted method, fresh spices, and yes, only honest meat. No fillers, no enhancers. If it's not the best sausage you've ever eaten, just give Michael Kielbasa a call and he'll give your money back. His phone number is on the back of every package sold. Real smoke, honest meat, slow crafted. Go get some Kielbasa today.
If you missed Jimenez and Spence, then you missed this.
This is what the Cowboys have done. This is how you know that they're going to have a good team this year. May not win 12 games, but they're going to have a good team. They're a better team, tougher schedule this year. Getting in your head, dude. First of all, I hope that you know that I have opinions of my own, Spence.
Sometimes I wonder, that was the centerpiece of your position, the fact that they won't win 10 games because of the strength of schedule.
Don't make me throw this tape dispenser at you, man, because I can come up with my own takes, dude. I am an award-winning sports talk show host.
It's Jimenez and Spence, noon to 3 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Hey, this is Rob Thompson here with Dwayne Sharping of Roofix. Hey, Dwayne, tell me about solar.
Well, you want solar to look beautiful. It's going to increase the value of your home. I mean, call us here at Roofix Solar Energy. Our solar is innovative. Our systems are installed just like shingles. They're really powerful, and we can really cut out in the utility bill.
Call 210 Fixed Roof. It's time for solar. He said it. I'm doing it. Call 210 Fixed Roof. Put it on a roof. Save some money. Call Roofix today.
Roofix, home of the low price guarantee.
Gold. If you've been thinking of how to secure the value of your assets and grow your wealth, think gold. Think Noble Gold. Hi, Jason Minix here for NobleGoldInvestments.com. After the latest bank failures and other economic news that could devalue the dollar, gold is a safe investment to secure your wealth. And if you're not sure what to do, that's not a problem. Go to NobleGoldInvestments.com. They'll walk you through everything. They will email you their gold and silver investors guide. Do this. Go look at the price of gold in 1970 up until today. It was about $35 an ounce, and the long-term trend will wish they would have bought back then in an IRA or even physical gold. Don't wish you did this down the road. Take the time to go to the website today. Go to NobleGoldInvestments.com. You're welcome to use promo code STAR for a free 5-ounce America the Beautiful coin they're offering people that qualify. NobleGoldInvestments.com. Mark it down to do today. NobleGoldInvestments.com. Injuries happen, and when they do, skip the ER and get to the Ortho Now Injury Clinic by TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine. Ortho Now provides walk-in care for injuries like broken bones, dislocations, sprains, and strains. Conveniently located in the Quarry area with extended hours Monday through Saturday with on-site x-ray casting and bracing, Ortho Now has everything you need to treat your injury, and best of all, no urgent care or emergency room copay. Learn more online at TSAOG.com.
There's a race going on inside your body, and sometimes the bad guys, otherwise known as arthritis, get there first. That's when the joint pain kicks in.
Your healing process is just too slow and just can't catch up, and it needs just a little bit of help from QC Kinetics.
That's Dr. Daniel Zuckerman, a QC Kinetics medical director.
We all know that you can heal yourself. If you get a cut, it heals on its own. Your joints are no different. We can take the healing properties from your blood, concentrate them down, and put them in the spot that you need the help. It's amazing. Your body can heal itself.
At QC Kinetics, that's called regenerative medicine. No surgery or steroids, just lasting relief, the natural way.
The fact that we can treat them without surgery, but using their own body's natural healing process, without medications, without steroids, without surgery, it's just amazing.
Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 210-571-0318. That's 210-571-0318. 210-571-0318.
Tomorrow on R&R in the morning, the NBA continues. Closeouts imminent. We'll keep you caught up. NFL's telling us the schedule. The first crumbs get dropped today. We'll talk all about the league. Now back to you boys. Shireen, Jimmy, and Sonny. Sounds like a great band. Take care of them tonight, boys.
It is. Sonny Dykes, the TCU head coach, coming up in just a couple of minutes here on the Blitz. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Devils continue to lead Carolina 1-0. Stars and Kraken a little bit later on tonight. Nick, big hockey fan, calling in the Kielbasa Smoke Meats phone lines. What's up, Nick?
Hey, Jason and Joe. Appreciate y'all taking my call, man. Hey, I got a hot take, Jason. No one cares about hockey, brother.
Nick, I disagree.
And Joe, I know you're real estate, my man. Check out Vortex Realty. I got the best broker in town, my friend.
All right.
Robert, you're on the Blitz. What's up, man?
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about Derek White. Hey, Reinagel, I have a question. What do you want to see the Spurs try to achieve? You want them to win it, try to be in the championship talk again? Or are you pretty much satisfied with them being like a 500 team? I mean, answer that question first.
No, I want to see him in the championship run again.
Okay. So do I. We're on the same page.
All right.
Okay. Derek White was on his second contract. Derek White would have been perfect at a time when Tim Duncan and Tony Parker were here to be a third or fourth, fifth guy.
Well, then why did they draft him?
No, wait, hold on. We need a superstar. We need stars. Derek White is on a second contract already. And like I said, he pretty much hit his cap. We knew he played defense. That wasn't a secret. He led the league in charges as a third guard. We know he can play good defense. He's a solid player, solid basketball player. We knew that when you drafted him. But we need stars. The two star potential we have on our team are Devin Vassell and Sohan. Kelvin probably a third fiddle. We need that one superstar to get going. And part of that trade too, we got Josh Richardson. We got 4 second-round picks. I'm not saying anyone's going to be a star. But we still got 4 second-round picks and a first round. And it wasn't Malachi Branham. Malachi Branham came from Toronto on the Thaddeus Young trade. It's actually Blake Wesley, which he's raw. I'm saying you got to take a chance. You need stars.
Well, and Robert, you're right, and I agree with you. You get that cornerstone player to build around, and until you have that, all the other parts, they're not in place. And why invest in those guys and spend all that kind of money?
Well, why draft them in the first place if you don't think that they can be your guy?
When Derek White was drafted, I don't know that this was still part of the plan. They tried with LaMarcus Aldridge, and then when number 2 forced his way out, you had DeMar. They tried from the middle. When it didn't work, they pulled the plug on it. And part of the reason they pulled the plug, you've got a generational player going to tank. This was the year to do it.
And all of the eggs are in the Wemby basket. And if the Wemby basket doesn't pan out, then what? Then what? Then what are you going to do? Who's your cornerstone player then?
Well, I mean, you see where you are in the draft, and then you figure out where plan B is.
Guys and develop them and then ship them off.
Well, or if they turn into the superstar player, you're set.
Yeah, well.
Luis, you're on the Blitz. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call, man. I just had a quick question, man. So, do y'all think maybe that these guys are quote unquote flourishing in these other teams because they're out of the Spurs system, out of Pop's control? It seems like they have a little bit more freedom with the other teams that they end up getting onto.
I don't know about that. I mean, honestly,
I think there is a lot of truth to that. I don't know that mattered as much to Derek. It might have DeJounte. Watching Danny Green on television earlier today, Danny Green used to come in here a lot in the offseason, and like 3 seconds after he got traded, he dropped a podcast.
Right.
And then he came on with me and Rob, talked about, I've wanted to do a podcast forever, but the Spurs wouldn't let me. I do think some guys, that is a factor for them. But I do think also with all these young players, Pop isn't the same Pop that he was, say, in 2010, 2005, maybe not even 2015. Ray, you're on the Blitz. What's up, man?
Hey, Joe, Jason, thank you for taking my call, lifetime caller and listener. So I'm thinking, Joe, so we don't get Wemby, right? Are you saying that if we get Brandon or Scoot, that they're going to ship them out?
No, I don't think so. Look, I think Scoot and Brandon Miller, maybe, but are they guys? Are those two guys your cornerstone guys?
Well,
I mean, I don't know.
I mean, and again, I think Scoot any other year would be the number 1 pick.
Sure.
I don't know if the Spurs say get 3 if they even go Brandon Miller. To be honest.
Yeah, I don't know.
But Tuesday, we will find out.
I just don't know if any of those guys are the cornerstone players that you're talking about. And I think the Spurs want that guy, and they don't get Wemby, then they're going to have to try and be aggressive and do something.
Well, don't you think maybe that's part of their plan B?
Well, maybe it is. I hope it is.
I mean, I would like to think that the Spurs, and they've earned this trust over the time Papa and RC have been there.
Stop
No,
it.
they have earned us to believe that they actually have a plan.
We just sit back and just let them do their thing.
They
got lucky as hell with David Robinson and Tim Duncan, did they not?
Well, sure.
Yes.
I think anybody that gets the number one pick,
of course,
feels
I'm
lucky.
not taking anything away
but
from
what
them.
I'm saying though is, I'm pretty sure those guys have a plan B and maybe even a plan C and a plan D. Dude, you call it cheap? You're full of crap if you think they're just sitting over there with one guy on the board and that's it.
It sounds like to me everybody's it's all in Wemby's basket. That's it.
Well, in a lot of ways it is.
Oh,
but if you don't think they have a plan B, you're foolish. You're foolish to think they don't have a plan B.
I'm sure they have a plan B.
And probably a plan C.
Well,
but,
look,
it really is all about plan A. And on Wednesday,
it is.
Wednesday's show will all be, what do we do now?
Yeah, exactly.
Let's talk to Sonny Dykes, the TCU head coach. He joins us next here on the Blitz.
San Antonio's Sports Center.
Well, let's see. Aramark is selling half of their ownership stake in the Spurs for $100 million. The buyer was not disclosed. The Oakland Athletics reached a deal on a $1.5 billion stadium at Tropicana site in Las Vegas at the Tropicana site. And the Rangers and Mariners, Astros, Angels, all tonight. By the way, you can see that Texas game right here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
The XFL Championship game is here. In a league of dreams and opportunities, there's only one chance to be a champion. The road to the XFL Championship ends in San Antonio. The best of the North versus the best of the South. The DC Defenders versus the Arlington Renegades. Who will emerge the winner? The 2023 XFL Championship game, Saturday, May 13th at 7 p.m. at the Alamo Dome in San Antonio. Defenders versus Renegades. XFL history will be made. Tickets are on sale now, starting at $25. Visit xfl.com/tickets.
We all have that friend who wakes up early to go get everyone McDonald's breakfast, while the rest of us sleep in. This is your sign to thank them. This is us saying thank you.
Having McDonald's breakfast is delicious. Having someone else get you McDonald's breakfast is delicious-er. Right now, get a big breakfast with hotcakes for just $4.99. Only at McDonald's. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair, Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 to speak to an expert. That's 800-401-6681.
Progressive covers pets in our auto policy at no extra charge. Now let's see what your dog has to say.
As a dog, I think Progressive's auto pet policies. Oh, what is that? That's just Mateo. Weird. Anyway, Progressive protects. There it is again. See? This is why I need protection. I'm so distracted. Nope, that is still Mateo.
Progressive Auto Insurance covers pets for up to $1,000 in a car accident at no extra charge. And we think your dog would say that's great too. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Coverage for cats and dogs included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Is your check engine light on? The free Fix Finder service reads your check engine, ABS, and maintenance lights. It even sends a detailed report directly to your email. When you need to get back on the road, AutoZone's free Fix Finder service is here. Get the most complete free warning light report backed by technician verified fixes. Only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than choosing Slash to be in your band.
Next up for lead guitar. You're in.
Cool. Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One and a member FDIC.
Progressive Insurance protects people's cars, homes, and other vehicles. But if you've ever seen our commercials or even just heard our name, you probably already knew that. What you may not know is that we support Humble Design, a nonprofit that furnishes homes for families and veterans emerging from homelessness. Because a little help goes a long way. And a lot of help, well, you get the idea. Now, if you already knew all of this about Progressive Insurance, we're impressed. We'll have to find something else cool to tell you next time. Find out more about how we're dedicated to our customers and communities at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
O'Reilly. Improve visibility and save $8 instantly when you pick up a pair of Bosch Icon wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Bosch Icon premium blades can help you see better and drive safer. And our professional parts people will install them for you for free. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At Lowe's, we're always bringing pros more ways to save on the brands you trust. Right now, buy a DeWalt 9-gallon corded shop vacuum with accessories at a new low price of $99. Plus, as an MVPs member, earn 3 bonus points per dollar when you buy select concrete mix. You can then redeem for rewards. Because Lowe's knows savings, Lowe's knows pros. While supplies last, discount taken at time of purchase. See associate for details. Valid through 5/17. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Valid through 6/2. Subject to change.
All guests appearing on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star appear on the Buyers Barricades guest line. Buyers Barricades provides traffic control, rental, and sales for San Antonio and beyond. Online at buyersbarricades.com. Joe Reinagel, Jason Minix, The Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Welcome back to the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star, along with Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix with TCU head coach Sonny Dykes in San Antonio to speak at the San Antonio Quarterback Club. But coach, man, what a year it's been for you guys.
Thanks. Yeah, it's been an eventful year. A lot of stuff going on. First year over a program, and then got on a run and ended up coaching all the way till I think January 9th. And so it was a long year, but it was a lot of fun. And, we had a bunch of good players, and it was certainly a fun way to start at TCU.
I know there's no way to realize this when it starts, but when you hit camp last year before the season started, did you know you had a special group?
Not really. Honestly, we came out of spring ball, and we only had 5 scholarship D linemen on our whole team at the end of spring practice. And so, we had some pretty substantial holes. We were, basically 2.5 scholarship corners, 4 scholarship linebackers. Just had some pretty significant voids in terms of depth defensively. And then we went out and got a couple of guys in the transfer portal that helped us out a little bit, which was huge for us, and had a couple of freshmen come in and play early as well, and really solidified our defensive front. And, we were fortunate, stayed healthy at the corner position all year, and basically got through the year with 4 linebackers. And, we felt like even though we had some voids, that we had a team that had tremendous leadership. We had some really good individual players, but the best thing about last year's team was just we had guys that really bought in and were great leaders, were unselfish. Really, as the season went along, we gained a little bit of confidence. Had a big win against Oklahoma, I think game 4 or 5, and had a little confidence in that. And and then the question was, okay, how's this team going to deal with adversity? And we got down 17 points to Oklahoma State, rallied and won that game, and got down 17 again to Kansas State and rallied and won that game. And so anyway, looked up and all of a sudden we're 8-0, 9-0, and, going to Texas. And, everybody said, well, we'll find out how good they are when they go to Texas. And our guys, figured out a way to win that game, and then had to win a tough one on the road at Baylor, and just kind of kept figuring out how to win football games. And, you know, looked up and we were in the Big 12 championship, and then, like I said, went on to college semifinals and won there against Michigan. So it was a fun year, but I don't know that any of us would have said we were going to play for a national championship if you would ask us, but we felt like we had the makings of a good team. And I think the best thing we had was just good chemistry, you know, good chemistry and really, really exceptional leadership.
Sonny Dykes joining us here on the Blitz. And as you talk about that and you go through the season and, you know, being down in some of those games, which I'm guessing wasn't part of the game plan, you know, the Baylor game, everybody talks about the end, but you said after that game, that's exactly the way you practiced it, what you wanted. At what point did you think this team has a real chance to play into January?
You know, probably about week 7 or 8, I think we started to think, you know, looking at it and started going, well, you know, we're actually pretty good. The one interesting thing about this group, though, is we never talked about it one time as a coaching staff. You know, we never talked about, you know, the conference standings. We never talked about the Big 12 championship game. We never talked about the college football playoff. You know, it was something that honestly never came up one time. I never heard our players talk about it. The thing we just kept preaching was let's take one game at a time and try to win, you know, whoever we play this week. Let's play our best and do a really good job preparing and, you know, go out and play our best on Saturday and see what happens. And, you know, all of a sudden you look up and we're in the Big 12 championship and we lost a hard-fought game to Kansas State. And, you know, at that point, you know, we lost a little bit of control in terms of, you know, getting in. But the good thing was, you know, 12-0 regular season with the schedule we played, you know, got us into the playoff and you know, got us a tough draw against Michigan, who, you know, had really been playing well, had you know, knocked off Ohio State and blown out Purdue in the championship game, and those guys were really rolling. So, you know, it was kind of a tough draw, but we felt like it was a good matchup and something that we could you know, have a chance to win.
You know, Coach, that's interesting you say that. And I know players, social media and all this kind of stuff, they look at it. And nobody gave you guys a shot against Michigan. How did you handle that with your team? Did you say anything special? What'd you do?
You know, not really. I think it had kind of been that way all year. We were picked 7th in the league, you know, in the preseason poll, and we never really talked about that either. I think, you know, the big thing for us was just, you know, really practice well, prepare well, take care of ourselves. You know, we asked the guys to really dedicate themselves, you know, not only during practice, but when they got off the field in terms of recovery and rest and nutrition and doing everything that they could do to give us a chance to go out and play well on Saturday. And, you know, to the players' credit, they really bought into that philosophy. And so, you know, we felt like that was going to be good enough. We really did. I think the guys gained confidence in this many challenges that they were faced with and continued to get better and better. And then, you know, we had a knack for making plays in big games. And, you know, Max Duggan, our quarterback, just played outstanding football. And, you know, he just continued to get better and better. And it seemed like the bigger the stage, the better he played.
Sonny Dykes joining us here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Now, you take over the program, you use the transfer portal to your advantage. There's so much talk about, is it good, is it bad, the portal, the NIL. Obviously, it helped you guys last year, but your overall thoughts, we keep hearing the term guardrails or putting in some rules. What does college football need to do to add those guardrails?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, I've always believed that the players should be compensated, you know, more than they have been in the past. You know, we had all these silly rules about, you know, incoming freshmen couldn't sleep on a player's couch. I mean, you know, you saw Boise State probably a decade ago get some pretty severe sanctions for having players sleep on other players' couches. So, I mean, the stuff was ridiculous by the NCAA, some of the things that they had. And, you know, some of these guys didn't have any money at all. You know, they had their scholarship and it paid for their books, fees and room and board and all that, but they had no opportunities to earn any money. And so I think things started to correct a little bit, and like they tend to do, I think they probably overcorrected. And, you know, now all of a sudden it became the NIL, which again, I think is a good thing on principle. I think that we all own our name, image, and likeness, and I think we ought to be able to capitalize on that if given the opportunity to do so. But as you said earlier, the NCAA didn't really come up with any kind of rules to help govern NIL, and people are going to get creative, you know, and that's what happened. They put these collectives together, and all of a sudden, you know, there's truly a pay for play model, which is not really what anybody wants. And so, you know, when you look at that and you look at the transfer portal, I'm in favor of both of them, honestly, because, 18-year-old kids make mistakes on why they go to colleges. Sometimes coaches leave, sometimes circumstances change, sometimes kids get homesick, whatever the case may be. I think they ought to have the freedom to leave and go to another school. Now you combine NIL and the transfer portal together, then you have a problem. And that's what we're seeing now is, if school A needs an offensive tackle, then, they'll call up your tackle and say, hey, we'll come pay you to be our tackle. And that's really not the way it's supposed to be. And I think that what happens is you get kids, again, 18-year-old kids, in some cases 17-year-old kids that, are making decisions that they don't really want to make because they're trying to take care of their family, or, they think there's going to be a better financial opportunity. And, it's like everything else. There's unethical people involved in some of this NIL stuff. And all of a sudden people start making promises to kids and they choose that school, they get to that school, and all of a sudden it's not what they thought it was going to be. And so it's a mess right now. My hope is the NCAA will legislate something. I don't have a ton of faith in their ability to do that. I think in a lot of ways that ship has sailed. And, I think as coaches and as a league in the Big 12, we've got to do our own things and create some answers ourselves, because I don't think we can rely on the NCAA to do it.
One of the biggest things I've heard from other coaches is that now recruiting is 24/7, 365. You find that you're having to re-recruit some of your guys?
Oh, for sure. I mean, that's the most important thing you do all the time. And, I've always thought that's kind of what you did anyway. I always felt like as a coach, your job was to build a strong culture. And in order to build a strong culture, you had to build relationships with people. And, and so what we try to do is at TCU and places I've been in the past is we try to have a very clear set of expectations. We try to have very high expectations for our players, not only on the field, but off the field and in the classroom and in the community. And then we try to have, some pretty severe, penalties if those expectations aren't met. But at the same time, those kids know that we care about them. And I think that they realize that, we care about them not only as football players, but much more importantly as people and young people with a future. And so I think, what I've always tried to do is recruit my team 365 days a year, because you're building a chemistry within that program, and you're building a culture that can sustain itself. And so, the way we interact with our players hasn't really changed that much. I've always believed in kind of that accountability and that positive coaching that we have within our program. We're going to coach guys hard, but we're going to pat them on the head and say, look, here's why we're doing this. Here's why it's important to you. Here's how it's going to make you a better player. And here's how it's going to make us a better team. And I think if you do that with young people, then they'll run through the wall for you.
Talking with Sonny, let's have a little fun story time. My high school coach was Hal Mummy, and I know you worked with Hal. You worked with Mike Leach. I need a Hal Mummy story, and I need a Mike Leach story.
Oh man, that could be a 2 or 3 shows within itself. It's funny. I drove up here earlier today from Fort Worth, and was listening to radio, and Jimmy Buffett came on and made me think of Hal and Mike and those guys, and the fact that Mike's no longer with us, he's just kind of broke my heart. It's just such a sad thing for college football. And he was such a unique person. And, those 2 guys changed the game probably as much as anybody really ever has. And they both came from really humble football backgrounds. You would expect some guys that were great players at these big institutions to be the ones really that changed the game. And those guys, did it at Hal at high schools throughout Texas and then at Iowa Wesleyan Junior College, or Iowa Wesleyan College, and then went from there to Valdosta State and then to Kentucky, and that's when I was fortunate enough to get hooked up with Mike and Hal was at Kentucky. And so, really special guys, outside the box thinkers, incredible problem solvers. Both of those guys just unique personalities. And like I said, I've got story after story, but I don't know that there's any of them I can tell on the radio.
Which doesn't surprise me.
Exactly right. Real quick, growing up with your dad, how big an influence was he on what you're doing now? And did he push you to that, or was it just something you fell in love with?
Yeah, my dad really honestly tried to talk me out of coaching many times. He just was like, it's a tough way to make a living, and there's a lot of uncertainty, and I had moved around a lot growing up. And so, my idea was to go someplace. And once I decided to coach, I wanted to go, stay at a high school in stay there and kind of work my way up and maybe become the head coach someday and never really move. And of course, I've moved 23 times in my 53 years. So that plan didn't work out particularly well. But yeah, I mean, my dad, I think his biggest influence on me was not really from a football perspective, just from a personal perspective. We had completely differing opinions on how to win football games. He was kind of a defensive guy. I was brought up in the air raid with, like you said, Hal and Mike and those guys. And, my dad was a little bit more of a conservative thinker. I was a little bit more of a risk taker and all that. But the thing I learned from him more than anything else was just about relationships and how to treat people. And when he passed away 5 years ago, it was interesting. I kind of walked around and listened to the players talk, and not one of them talked about any football games. They all talked about, the relationships they had with my dad and the relationships they had with each other, and, how that they called him for advice when they were going to get married or when they had issues with their kids or, all these different things. And so, I got a real sense to see what a big impact he made in those guys' lives. And, he was a really good football coach, but he was a whole lot better person and really cared about his players and invested in those guys. And I think they all were better for having played for him. And I think that's our job as coaches, is to make sure that, young people are better off from having that relationship with us and being in our program. And, you hope you get them prepared to be husbands and fathers and successful people.
Well said. Absolutely. Coach Dykes, I want the audience to know. Because we think about big-time college football programs, you're coach of the year, you just were in the national championship game, you have access to private jets, you can go do what you want. You drove to San Antonio this morning, got up at 6 and hit the road from Fort Worth to drive down to speak to the quarterback club. You could have taken the jet. You could sleep in your bed tonight. I was surprised to hear you just got in the car and drove down.
Yeah, you know what? It's kind of nice to get about 3.5 hours of just kind of quiet. I love music, and I played some great music driving down, and really just tried to kind of relax and enjoy the drive. It's funny. I used to drive a lot in Texas, and just don't really get to do it much anymore. And so, I was kind of excited when I had an opportunity to do it and watch the sunrise. And it was a nice drive down I-35, and no traffic in Waco anymore. They finally finished that construction, that's a big deal. Yeah. Everybody's quality of life is better now. But yeah, it was a cool drive and really enjoyed it, and going to get to spend some time down here. I think I'm going to the state capitol tomorrow. They're honoring the TCU football team in the capitol tomorrow, and going to also try to do a little bit of work with Alzheimer's and some folks that mom passed away from Alzheimer's. And so we're going to see that as an opportunity to visit with some people tomorrow to try to push some legislation through. And so should be an interesting couple of days. I love being this part of Texas. It's beautiful in San Antonio and Austin, and, just looking forward to getting to spend some time down here.
Good deal. Coach, appreciate the time today.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I appreciate you guys.
Appreciate it. Sonny Dykes, head coach at TCU, in town earlier. He was speaking at the quarterback club. You were on stage with him having a good time.
It was a great time today, and what a great guy. I'm happy for his success. That's for sure.
Very, very, very cool dude. Oh, we're going to do it now instead of later? You know who this is?
It's Steve Miller.
Imagine that was on Sonny's playlist on his way down.
You think so?
Steve Miller Band coming July 27th to the Germania Insurance Amphitheater. We got a pair of tickets we'll give away right now. Let's go caller 5, 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776.
Got to tell you about my good friends at Stevens Roofing. Man, the weather is terrible and the forecast does not look any better. So you might want to just think about keeping Stevens Roofing number handy, 210-785-0994. I'll tell you why, because you just don't know how the weather's going to turn. We had a hailstorm, less than 2 weeks ago. And if you think your roof sustained some damage, give Stevens Roofing a call. Look, if something like that happens, don't you want to deal with a company that's been around San Antonio and South Texas a long time? And look, they're not going anywhere. And you don't stay in business, especially a business like the roofing business, for very long if you're not doing something right. And Stevens Roofing certainly is. They're a local roofing company with years of experience. And, the people that work there live in our area. They deal with the same weather we do. Work with Stevens Roofing. Got a great saying. It's called buy local, stay local, trust local with Stevens Roofing. In fact, the professionals at Stevens Roofing repair and install all kinds of roofs. They do metal roofs. They do commercial projects. And if you happen to have an insurance claim, let Stevens Roofing deal with your insurance company. They'll take it right off your plate. Oh, my goodness. Save you a lot of headache there. Give them a call. 210-785-0994. They'll send somebody out, come out and check for any damage. They'll give you an honest assessment. Whether it's a simple leak or a roof replacement, Stevens Roofing is your local roofer, here for you, rain or shine, for years to come. You can get them online at stevensroofing.net. And don't forget, buy local, stay local, trust local with Stevens Roofing. 210-785-0994.
It's R&R in the morning. Tomorrow at 6.
Tomorrow on R&R in the morning, Boston and the Sixers, Denver and the Suns, 2 Game 5s. We break it all down.
Is Jock Landale headed to the Hall of Fame? Does Lonnie Walker continue his run? We'll talk about it all. The party starts at 6.
R&R in the morning. Tomorrow at 6 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing in me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new place. Nothing is every day.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Guys, stop what you're doing. Give me a few seconds of your time and let me give you a piece of advice that will change your love life forever. Have you noticed you've been losing a little pep in your step? Has your lady friend asked you, is everything okay? Do you find yourself having trouble rising for the occasion? Do you stress out before that special moment and wonder, is it gonna work? Guys, I'm gonna let you in on a big secret. You don't ever have to worry again. The Mojo Male Enhancement Formula has you covered. Mojo is the 100% guaranteed male enhancement formula that guarantees lasting success, if you know what I mean. The Mojo Male Enhancement Formula is safe, natural, and effective every single time, guaranteed. Mojo is available in a fast-acting spray and a quick-action capsule. Do yourself and her a favor and call Pureline Nutrition and up for success. Call 210-494-2210. That number again is 210-494-2210. Mojo Male Enhancement, only available at Pureline Nutrition.
Missions Baseball is back tonight at Wolf Stadium. It's AARP $2 Tuesday, presented by San Antonio Sports Star. Gates open at 6 p.m. First pitch at 7:05. Go to samissions.com for tickets. We are San Antonio. Garage clutter got you down? Garageization will help improve that mood. Cabinets, shelving, workbenches, overhead racks, slat wall. They even do floors. Oh my! GarageOrganizationSanAntonio.com for more info. GarageOrganizationSanAntonio.com.
You're listening to 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe, I'm Jason. Congrats to Norma.
Way to go, Norma.
See, I was going to do the ticket giveaway now, but Pledge had me do it before, so.
Well, I'm glad you did because Norma won.
Norma, what did she say, Pledge? What was the message from Norma?
She wanted y'all to know that old ladies listen to this show too.
Joe's very popular with the old ladies.
Yeah. Well, she listens to you too.
I know.
So it's all good.
But you really are popular with the old ladies.
Where were we that day? Where
weren't we?
I know.
Where haven't we been that an elderly lady says she still watches you on TV every
Define
day.
elderly.
I'm not going there. How old was Norma? You got her date of birth, right?
You
yeah, I
can't
did.
call her out like that.
Why?
I'm sure she was 29.
Again?
Yes.
My mother calls that plenty nine.
Plenty
My
nine.
mother is plenty nine.
All right, I got it.
Yes.
I got it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad Norma won. Thanks for listening, Norma.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I always joke because they say women don't listen, and we know that's BS.
Yeah,
right?
we've had two today.
Two today.
Yeah.
The demographics or whatever research that we get, I think we're like 88%, something like that, male.
Yeah, I think.
And I joke the other 12% are
I think it's
ladies stuck in their cars with husbands that won't let them change the channel.
And a
I don't know.
12-year-old female.
You could have those ladies that just listen because.
Oh, they love the sound of the voice.
No, there's a lot of.
No, there is
a lot of female sports fans.
Mm-hmm.
There are.
Mm-hmm. There really are.
Yeah, there really are, and so I think it's great.
And we got a 12-year-old that we found out today is listening.
Natty was fantastic.
Natty
Appreciated
was
her calling in.
absolutely.
Yeah.
So Sixers have an early lead on Boston, end of one. It's 33-26. And later tonight, you got the Suns and the Nuggets.
Yeah, big game for both. Both of these games are big games.
Both tied 2-2, which is interesting because you know, in the like last night. Now you got two series that are 3-1.
I know.
So we got must-win games to talk about.
We will have must-win games
to talk about.
Must-win games.
Yes.
You're so excited, I can tell.
Oh, we're gonna
must-win.
We should redo all the promos and talk about all the must-win games.
There are two of them tomorrow night.
Mm-hmm.
Must win.
Mm-hmm. It was fun talking with Sonny Dykes.
Oh, yeah, it was.
I know a lot of Aggies are in town right now. We're heading. A lot of Aggies that live here are heading over to see Jimbo tonight.
Yep. Heard something about Jimbo today.
What'd you hear?
Well, what do we have? 9, 8,
7?
I'll tell you.
Was it good?
No.
It's the Blitz with Jason and Joe. Follow Jason at Jason Menix and Joe Reinagle at Joe Reinagle 210.